Chapter 1956. The corruption of chaos was probably the most hated thing for all life forms of order. Some warriors of order who valued their so-called honor even hated this trait of chaos so much that they gnashed their teeth. In the eyes of the life forms of those worlds, the honor of a warrior had the same status as life itself. Warriors who died in battle should have a peaceful place to return to, a peaceful place where they would not be disturbed by anything. This was very normal, and he also agreed with it. However, it could only be said in an era of peace and tranquility. In the war between order and chaos, such a view was nothing but nonsense. After all, chaos corruption was a trait that could turn all void spawns, whether they were dead or alive, into chaos spawns, turning them into the power of chaos. The purpose of this thing's existence was to make everything in the void restless. Everyone could guess what happened after that. The warriors who had left peacefully were dragged out of the ground by the chaos and turned into chaos spawns, launching their final assault on their family. The process was tragic, but the result was heroic as well. There were only a few 100,000 people left in the dozens of worlds. Most of them were probably killed by their own family members after they were transformed into chaos. Even if they were not, the chaos spawns that crawled out of the ground had torn a fatal hole in their line of defense, giving the other chaos spawns that were waiting outside a chance to attack the door openly. That was why cremation was very important. Ahem, I digress. This was something that happened in a certain middle realm, and it happened a long time ago. He only knew about it from the Academy of Discipline. When he learned about it, he rolled his eyes and ignored it. The warriors of order at the front line of the void had been dying and dying in those years of intense battle. They had gotten used to doing sit-ups in the spiritual temple, and it was something that was not peaceful in itself. It was a very normal thing, and order must have a way to ensure that their own warriors would not be decimated. Otherwise, how long could the void of order last if all the casualties from the chaos were to be forcefully reduced? Under the effects of the source laws, reviving a Yuanshi realm individual would take close to 3 eras. At this speed, without any means of reviving, how long would the Order warriors be able to last if they charged onto the battlefield like disposable consumables? Perhaps it was because this thought was too deep in his mind that he sighed when he saw what happened in the middle plane in the Academy of Discipline. The influence of culture was also deeply ingrained. If this thought could not be changed, this world could not be treated as the power of order. Order and chaos were basically the same. Chaos distorted order, causing both the living and the dead to not be able to rest in peace. The beings of order who were still fighting in order to maintain their combat strength had given the warriors who had died a method to revive. Even if they were dead, they could still get up and fight again after a few days. This method of causing the warriors to be restless was completely different from the way they wanted the warriors to leave in peace. Therefore, he felt sorry for it. This was the culture of other people. There was nothing much to say. After all, he was an outsider and had no standpoint. As long as they did not force their culture on him, an outsider, to accept it, and did not cause any trouble, he would still respect their culture. He was not very clear about the outcome of this incident. Occasionally, he seemed to have heard a discussion among the higher-ups of the Order warriors. These hundreds of thousands of people had joined the front line of the void for the sake of revenge. They did not care about culture, honor, or peace. They only joined the front line of the void for the sake of defeating the scum on the other side. As for whether it was true or not, well, he had never seen these people. Just like the topic discussed a long time ago, those who talked about justice, righteousness, honor, and faith in the war between order and chaos as the only thing they could hold on to had either collapsed or turned into dust. There were probably not many who could recover and continue fighting after collapsing. This was a very cruel reality. There would never be peace, and there would never be an end to it. This was just an extension of the topic of chaos corruption. As it involved a dozen worlds, it was a rather typical incident. Therefore, a war of this magnitude would only destroy everything, from matter to spirit. Everything would be wiped clean. No matter how strong one's spirit was. The higher-ups of the front line of the void were all a bunch of hidden lunatics. They had their rationality crumbled again, and that was why they could hold on. Now all of them looked normal. It was just that there was no need to show it in such daily matters. Once they fought, they would know that there was not a single normal person from top to bottom. He was also disgusted by the chaos corruption. The spawns of chaos were endless in the first place, and this trait allowed them to continue plundering power from order, turning the power of order that was charging at them a moment ago into the spearhead of order. It was disgusting. He had to admit that this ability to make people fight each other was just as disgusting as mind control. The death of a chaotic order warrior was actually not a big deal. It would be considered a severe collapse, and they could be revived after staying in the spiritual temple for a period of time. This had happened from time to time during the years of intense battles, and everyone was already used to it, so they did not feel any psychological burden when dealing with it. He was not particularly worried about this, but the most important thing was, well, he had finally gotten to the main point. Most importantly, he, an explosive, had already experienced chaos corruption once. He was worried that it would happen a second time, and if a chaos concept body was present to cast chaos corruption, he could not pat his chest and guarantee that he would not be chanted to the other side. As for the countermeasure, he had inscribed a bunch of passive anti-chants in his origin construct as a backup plan. He did not know if he could accurately trigger them or what the effect would be, because there was no way to test it. Even if he tried, he might die. Just in case, he still needed more preparation. As someone who was forced to hold up the banner of the Order Void, it would be over if he suddenly changed sides. That was why he should not make himself so important for no reason. He was so special that he did not even have a replacement plan or rescue plan that could be of equal use when he was not around. It was very distressing. Little star? Are you listening, little star? The feeling of a slight shaking, and a weak, anxious voice that was trying to keep the voice low entered his ears. Yun Nuoshing pulled his thoughts back from the abyss and slowly recovered. He opened his eyes, and a pair of deep blue eyes as deep as glaciers came into view. The cold air that wafted past him made him shudder unconsciously, and he recovered faster. Phew! You're awake. Seeing that he opened his eyes and recovered, Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look at everyone who was focused on handling the origin inheritance. She whispered in his ear, "I've been calling you for 5 minutes. Seeing that you didn't respond, I didn't dare to make too much noise and disturb everyone. I was thinking about something. I was a little obsessed." Yun Nuoshing rubbed his eyes, and the comfortable feeling of being surrounded by cold air made him unable to help but let out a breath. He looked at the frost that was dispersing. "What's wrong? What's the problem?" The words that Shuang wanted to say were pulled aside by what he had just said. She slightly frowned her blue and white eyebrows, stared at him and whispered, "What were you thinking about just now?" "The corruption of chaos." Yun Nuoshing reached out and pinched her long hair between his fingers. His eyes were still a little absent-minded. "I've made enough preparations for myself, but I still feel that something is not right. I still feel uncertain. I can't let the corruption of chaos drag me to the other side, but there's no good way to prevent it. I can only mess around and fumble blindly." Shuang's eyes rolled twice and she whispered, "I have a way to. You want to use the structure of the origin life form and the imprint of the soul to share the burden for me, right?" "Rejected. I won't allow it." Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked at her seriously. His colorful eyes were faint, but there was some dignity and determination that could not be denied. Shuang shrank her neck, lowered her head and whispered, "How did you know?" Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth but did not say anything. Why? Because there was once an idiot. That was the life imprint, that represented the characteristics of the origin lifeform. It was used to resist the corruption of the chaos concept body. To be honest, after Shuang had advanced into the high-level premier, she could do it. She could resist it for a while. He had speculated such a result. But, as the name implied, it was equivalent to exchanging her life for his. It was contrary to his original intention. It's not to that extent. You don't have to do that. Yun Nuoxing patted her head and sighed in his heart. This girl had reached the point of getting to the bottom of the origin lifeform and his own essence. She even knew about the existence of this thing. If possible, he did not want her to know. When the time comes, when I face the corruption of the chaos, you will definitely be there. The chaos concept will focus most of its power on me. On the other hand, I will also need to use all my strength to deal with it. By then, I will have no time to take care of you. You have to protect yourself. When I can't control the situation, help me to look after the others. This was a difficulty that he needed to overcome by himself. There was no way to rely on others. If he let others share the burden for him, it would only harm others. Moreover, he was the executor who had 196 types of origin energy. He should have a way. Seeing that the girl was still a little unhappy, he raised his hand and pinched her face. By the way, you came to me because there is a problem with the origin energy? Shuang heard him change the topic and sighed in her heart. She had no choice but to change the topic. It feels a little stuck. Yun Nuoxing was startled. He pinched her hand and released the same type of origin energy. Cold air flowed out from the two of them at the same time. A weak wind of frost swirled around them. White cold air gathered around them, mixed with the falling snowflakes. It rolled together with the ice crystals that floated out from the girl's body. It seemed like it was going to condense into an ice storm. Yun Nuoxing's expression became very strange after he used resonance to check the girl's origin energy. They both started from 0. Qing Huang and Si Yu had just started, but Shuang's origin energy had already transformed to 30% of her origin energy. The other aspects were also handled perfectly. According to Suifeng, 30% was a hurdle. Just like how the path after 90% of one's origin energy could only begin after reaching the pinnacle, it was a hurdle. Last time, Yun Nuoxing was stuck at 60% for a long time. He was strung up, and had to undergo indescribable treatment before he could overcome this hurdle. It was a little indescribable. He was originally stuck in the realm, but he did not expect to forcefully overcome this hurdle because of these things. I digress. This girl is a little ridiculous. I wonder if it's because she's an origin lifeform. If one were to rank the countless lifeforms in the void, the origin lifeform's degree and speed of control over their own bodies would definitely be ranked first among the countless races. Whether it's their own energy, laws, structure, the origin of their structure, or the origin of their soul, no one in the void could surpass them when it came to the exploration of their own origin. He felt that it was the void's compensation. After all, they had been fighting with the void since birth, and only stopped when the void could no longer do anything to them. To hell with compensation, the void had no way to deal with them, so it could only let them do whatever they wanted, wasn't it? All right, he had thoroughly witnessed the power of this origin today. This girl also had a lot of unreasonable characteristics. Yun Nuoxing continued to guide Shuang's origin energy to resonate with himself. He asked, "When your inheritance ended, did Suifeng say anything?" Shuang thought seriously for a moment and tilted her head in confusion. "I think they said something about a generation, something. I didn't hear it clearly." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. A generation? Alright, that should be a generation of inheritors. This girl is indeed an origin lifeform. A high-level origin energy could guide a weaker origin energy. This was one of the aspects that Suifeng and the others had mentioned before. It required the guidance of the superior to the inferior. It was also the fastest way to cross this hurdle. However, even without guidance, she would find a way to cross it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time and effort. Moreover, there was no difference between the two methods, and because there would not be any difference, he simply took the key to open the door and bring the girl over. There was no need to waste any effort. Thinking back to the time when he was torturing himself, pulling his hair and burning his brain every day. If it were not for the fact that he could not shed his hair, he would have gone bald. So why did he have to go through the inferno difficulty back then? Because there was no one to guide him. Well, it's about time. Sensing that Shuang's origin energy had crossed the hurdle, and seeing that the girl's eyes were sparkling as if she was thinking about something, he stopped guiding her and reminded her softly, the path of origin, structure, and energy origin are just the basics of the basics. Exploring the essence of origin energy is another main path. Before entering the next stage, I suggest you understand the characteristics of the origin energy that you have mastered. Every origin energy is a thing, and it is not something that can be understood by looking at it on the surface. You need to go deeper. As he spoke, he patted his head and shook his head with a bitter smile. TCH, you don't need me to worry about you. Anyway, I'm just reminding you so that you don't keep moving forward on one of the main paths and forget the other one that is equally important. Shuang listened carefully and nodded. She let go of Hao Ren's waist and was about to go to the side to continue tormenting the origin energy when she suddenly turned around and pulled Hao Ren to her side. She whispered in Hao Ren's ear, "Even if I don't use the seal of structure and soul, there are ways to reduce the influence of chaos corruption on you and it won't affect me. Little star, if you need it, just tell me." With that, she floated to the side and sat down. In a second, she entered a state of mind, and a circle of 10 feet wide ice storm began to blow over her body. Ice crystal shards and energy snowflakes kept drifting around her. Yun Nuoxing hugged himself and thought for a while, but still could not figure out what other way was. So he said that his understanding of the origin life form was actually just a little better than ordinary people, and deliberately reminded him to look for her. Well, he just felt that. Anyway, he put it in the backup plan first. If it really did not affect other aspects, he could use this backup plan. Right, speaking of chaos, he remembered that before he fell asleep, he threw the chain used to bind them into the sea of energy. 20 years had passed, and it should have been fully charged. His consciousness immersed in the little pool of energy for a while. He reached out and grabbed the only foreign object immersed in it. With a tug, he pulled it in front of him. The chain did not change much since before he threw it in. It still had the appearance of a shallow layer of purple and black. The origin runes and the like were hidden, becoming stars of different colors on the surface. Also, now that it was full of energy, it was releasing a darker light, and there were no more strange things on its appearance. This thing looks like it's full of energy. Is it ready? Is it ready to be used? Just as Yun Nuoxing was worried about how to deal with this thing, he heard a voice from behind. Hui was yawning and scratching his head as he walked towards him. He looked like he had just woken up. Because of Shuang, he suddenly thought of this aspect. You have also completed the first stage of transformation? The energy source has completed 30% of the transformation? Hui held back his yawn and waved his hand with a wry smile. What? You made me dizzy. Take 2 steps and take a break. Now you're only 20% done. I remember you weren't that fast in the first stage, right? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him. I groped my way through all the stages by myself. I cleaned up as I explored. How could I be fast? But you woke up at the right time. I have something to try. Hurry up and give it to me. I'm not doing it. Huey's face turned pale before he finished listening. His whole body flew backward like a boomerang for 100 meters. He even made a turn along the way. After he landed, he pointed at him with one hand on his waist and shouted in his soul. Something big will happen if that thing is tied to me. I know that something big is going to happen. I'm not doing it. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. I'm asking you to give it a try. And this is just a seal. How can something big happen? At most, you will be punished to stand there for a while to think about life. Or do you think I will take the opportunity to give you a Vientiane the stars? Hui nodded vigorously. He wanted to rush over and give this indecent guy a whip. He cursed as he whipped him. Hui laughed dryly and walked back. He took the 2-meter-long chain from Maple's hand and clenched it tightly in his hand. He watched Maple step back a few meters and prepare for defense. He asked, "What should I do? Use this thing with all my strength? Or be merciful?" "Use all your strength. If the underworld wants to use this, they won't be merciful. I have to prepare in advance." Yun Nuoxing began to mobilize all the energy in her body. Layers of energy barriers covered her body. The defense array was also ready. 3 layers of hundreds of arrays wrapped around her body. After she was done, she raised her chin at Hui. "You do it. I'm ready." Hui looked at the thing in his hand. His mind twitched and his thoughts went astray. He suddenly showed a strange smile. "Speaking of which, Maple, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Why don't I tie you up and give you to Blue Phoenix and the others? Tell me, attraction of all things and origin the chaos. Choose one or both. If you don't choose, I will use rule order energy form to give you a complete one." "Ahem. I'm just kidding. Don't get so worked up." Hui laughed dryly and tightened the chain in his hand. Energy surged in his hand as he looked down at it. "This thing doesn't seem to use much energy. After charging it in advance, all you have to do is throw it out. You don't even need to bring along the origin energy. Any heavenly god can use it. The threshold to use it is that low." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She thought that the threshold to use it was the same as the staff of creation and the staff of origin. More or less. Other than this, the only remaining hurdle is the problem of charging. This thing of yours was thrown into the sea of energy and charged for 20 years before it came out. Right now, it seems to be in a usable state and not fully charged yet. Both his face twitched when he said that. The sea of energy had been surging for 20 years, and yet it was not fully charged. How much capacity did this thing have? However, when he thought about it, since it was used to deal with chaos concept bodies, it was not incomprehensible. It was just that he felt a little scared. "Prepare yourself. Stand firm and hold it. I'm throwing it out." "Is this thing supposed to be thrown?" Yun Nuoxing asked. Hui grinned and tightened the chain a few more times. With a soft cry, the Guardian's energy surged into it and unleashed its maximum power. His right hand made a whip-like motion as he swung it. Before he could finish, it had already left his hand and turned into a black lightning bolt, appearing in front of Maple in an instant. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even though Yun Nuoxing had been waiting for this moment with his eyes wide open, he was still stunned when it appeared in front of his eyes without any reaction. The speed was so fast that it startled him. His consciousness instinctively made a defensive counterattack. The Nethervoid sword appeared in his hand and he swung it. However, he did not intend to do so at first. Bang! A dull sound was the sound of the target being accurately hit. The clattering sound of the chain's rotation echoed in the space. Hui squinted at the sudden flash of light. After a moment, he quickly opened his eyes and was shocked by what he saw. The hundreds of layers of defense that Maple had deliberately set up were all rendered useless. He didn't even see his defenses shatter. It was as if they had melted away like snow falling into the sun. Even his subconscious defense was useless. He was still in the same position as when he swung the Nethervoid sword, but the soul chain had already struck him, trapping him in a translucent purple ball of light about 3 meters wide. Dozens of runes, divine patterns, and origin seals weaved together to form a ring-shaped seal chain that flowed and spun on the surface of the translucent ball of light. The two of them were a little stunned by the overlapping layers of seals. "Maple!" Hui shouted in his soul. He jumped and hurriedly ran over, circling around the light purple ball of light. "Is there anything wrong? How do you feel? Can you still talk? Can you still jump around?" Yun Nuoshing raised his hand and moved it a little. "Move? I think I can still move. I don't even feel the effects of the seal. I don't feel like I'm going to die right away, and I don't feel like my energy is going to drop. I can even attack." As he spoke, he picked up the Nethervoid sword and swung it forward with all his strength. A colorful sword light hit the light purple ball of energy, but it did not even cause a ripple. "But I can't break it. This seal is a little too strong. You're outside facing me with a torrent of energy. Oh, forget it. Don't hit me. I know what I'm doing. Just hit me and I'll pass." Yun Nuoshing shook his head halfway. What he said made Huey's eyes widen. "It can't be that exaggerated, right? Can't I just touch you lightly?" "No defense." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Looking at the many types of energy that were faintly flickering on his body, his expression was heavy. "I have no way to defend myself. Right now I can feel that in this entire space, wherever there is energy gathering, there is a fatal threat. If the sea of energy below were to raise a wave and rush up, I would be dead." Perhaps saying that there's no way to defend is an understatement. I think the concept of defense has been eliminated. Right now, I'm like a piece of paper that will crack with a single touch. No, it might be even more serious. If the wind force of the storm caused by the energy is just a little bit stronger, I'll be gone. I'll be like a sand castle placed in the wind, blown apart piece by piece. Huey's face turned pale when he heard that. He quickly jumped back a dozen meters. Then, he used the Guardian's energy to stack hundreds of layers of energy barriers around Maple's ball and sealed it. You don't feel better now? Hurry up and say something. I'm scared. I feel like you're using your power to avenge your personal grudge. You want to take the opportunity to kill me." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. In his senses, he felt as if he was placed in a box and carried into the middle of the god-destroying storm. Storms that could destroy the entire great primordial realm were blowing in all directions. The only reason why the box was safe was because the wind did not come over. He pointed at the hundreds of layers of barriers that we had stacked up and said, "Even this level of energy can make me die hundreds of times. It can even make me feel the smell of death." Huey's mind was filled with the words "big trouble." He hurriedly lay on the energy barrier. "What do we do now? I don't feel like I can break the seal. Can you try to break the seal?" "I've been trying." Yun Nuoshing tried to release his energy and tried to break the seal a few times, but the latter did not move at all. "I can't open it. I can't open it at all. Fortunately, the energy I used to break the seal won't kill me. Otherwise, I would have been dead when I broke the seal." "Hui! This thing is really big. As expected of the heavenly god of origin. It's really troublesome. The seal has to last for half an hour. Help me keep an eye on it. Otherwise, I'll have to enter the spiritual temple. I guess I'll have to roll in completely broken down." Huey's whole body turned gray. "What kind of broken seal is this?" Chapter 1957. The power of origin was very unreasonable, especially when it was used to deal with them. "Look at this damned seal. It lasted for half an hour and broke the concept of defense. It was equivalent to clearing all defenses." At this moment, Maple was as weak as a piece of paper. Let alone kicking him, Maple would be gone if he used his energy to shout. Although he had already accurately understood the power of this seal, he still had to shout, "What the hell? What kind of trash is this? Isn't it too unreasonable? After all, it's a power of that level. Isn't it very normal to be unreasonable?" Yun Nuoshing spread her hands and sighed. He was talking about concept-level power, and even more concept-level power. This thing was completely unreasonable to them now. Even if he pushed the power of origin to the limit, he could not use concept-level power. Huey's face was wrinkled into 4 or 5 layers. His mentality was cracking. Then what do we do? What can we do with this thing? Won't it be game over if the underworld smashes this thing on your head? Oh, don't be so pessimistic for now. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. Even if I'm sealed, I can still move. Well, I can move while carrying this seal. But we can't be calculative about speed. And if I move rashly and accidentally bump into the energy explosion, I'll probably be dead. Anyway, I'm now in a state where I can report to the spiritual temple with a shout. Hui was speechless. This was a trashy game where one wrong step would mean the end of the calf. It was fine if one could not make a mistake in handling such a major matter in the void. But why couldn't one make a mistake in a real battle? They would occasionally have some small problems. Well, it was all thanks to Maple's slap that the reaction caused by the mistake was suppressed. So, the margin for error in the whole battle was quite high. After all, Maple was there to clear the field. To be precise, if Maple did not suddenly die, the whole battle could still go on. After all, he was the core of the battle. Now that Maple was walking on a tightrope in the battle, wouldn't that be? Oh, I seem to have found a way to break it. Feng's sudden words made Hui feel as if the sky had cleared up in an instant. The bright moon was in the sky, and his eyes were filled with stars. He was so excited that he bumped into the barrier and lay down like a toad. What method? The barrier that was suddenly hit by him began to tremble violently. Yun Nuoshing was so scared that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly lay on the ground and cursed, "Don't hit this place, bastard." Hui laughed dryly and hurriedly pressed down on the shaking barrier. I'm a little excited. Cough cough, so what's the method? When the barrier stopped shaking, Yun Nuoshing stood up. She glared at him and said slowly, "It seems that using rule, order, energy form is enough. Using the energy that is constantly gathered and released when the energy converges and switches forms of energy, it seems that it can break through this seal." But, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She was a little embarrassed. If I used rule, order, energy form on the spot, it would take at least 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes. Phew, that's still manageable. Hui patted the barrier and said, "If it's only 3 to 5 minutes, it's still manageable. Don't underestimate us. Don't talk about 3 to 5 minutes. I was just thinking about how to hold on for half an hour when you had to make an emergency exit. I already have a clear idea. Do you want to hear it?" "No, forget about that." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "We just need to hold on for at most 5 minutes. But this way, well, we won't be able to use rule, order, energy form to rush into the arena. We will have to rush in while maintaining our normal peak state." Huey's interest was piqued. Among the information he knew, there were some things that he was not clear about. "Speaking of which, how did you manage to break through the seal when you switched forms? Is there a mystery behind it?" "It's what I just said. The constant gathering and release of energy. If you want me to elaborate." Yun Nuoshing pinched her long hair as she organized her words in her mind. "Because it's changing one's essence on the spot, changing one's essence from the beginning to the end. Well, the essence of an energy life form is actually an energy creation that contains a huge amount of energy and a huge amount of rule. The structure of a normal energy life form is a mixture of energy and rule, and the rule is like a glue. You know that, right?" Hui nodded vigorously. "Of course. When you're in this form, you're using the power of rule and order to hold up a frame, like a skeleton. Then, you're filling it with energy that is in a state of frenzy. You've said that before. What's the point?" "Oh, you've said the point. When you use this form, you're changing the essence of an energy life form from the beginning to the end. You're just changing your essence on the spot. To change from a normal energy life form to this form, you need to gather a huge amount of energy and switch the form of energy. The energy stored in your body is used to accelerate the switching of energy forms, and most of it will be released during this process. It's like forcibly changing a generation. Something like that. Yun Nuoshing scratched his cheek and looked at Hui. The essence of an energy life form is very heavy in terms of energy, rule, and order. Plus, my essence is related to the origin, and carries the sins of the world, among other things. This heavy weight is constantly released when you switch the form of energy, constantly attacking the seal. Can forcibly break down the concept level power, even if it takes about 5 minutes. Hui thought for a moment. It feels like you're breaking yourself into a bunch of energy, and using your life to break through the concept level power? If you really want to put it that way, you can say it like that. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. The process of releasing one's essence was equivalent to breaking oneself apart bit by bit. However, he was not purely breaking himself apart, but replacing as he did so. So the essence was actually just letting the energy life form use its essence to crush the concept level power. He glanced at Hui, who seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly said, "Actually, you can also use this form of energy, why not?" No, 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 no. Hui waved his hand and shook his head so hard that afterimages appeared. He kept retreating, and his face was half white and half black. I don't want to do it, I really don't want to do it. The process of changing this form of energy is really, really, really terrible. The strength of the law, order, and energy form depended on the 3 things in this form. This thing was most suitable for Maple, and only Maple could do it, because before obtaining this power form, he had to go through a series of miserable and ungodly. It's very. Forget it, let's not talk about those things. Let's talk about something more healthy. You want me to change this form of energy? I'd rather charge at the concept level of chaos. Huey's face darkened. This is not something a human would do. It's still too early for an order life form. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and mumbled. You also have origin energy now, I really think it's quite suitable. Isn't it just dying? Okay, forget I said anything. Recalling what he did at that time, he also had goosebumps. Although he got used to dying and dying, the process was still very painful. It was not something a human would do, because he was not a human, he withstood it. Hui smiled bitterly. This guy shuddered just thinking about it, and he was still counting on others. Even Lady Green, who was fearless and reckless in the void, raised both hands in surrender when she heard it. Who would dare to do it? He did not know what kind of situation this guy was in to come up with this. It was a suicidal method. The problem was that he actually succeeded. Seeing his old buddy staying in the circle with his eyes closed and indifferent, we could not help but knock on the barrier. Aren't you going to change form and run out? There's no need? Yun Nuoshing was stunned and shook his head. I've just been hanging here for half an hour. Almost 20 minutes have passed now. Using that form will shorten my lifespan. My status will drop. Even if I change form and immediately change back, my status will drop a lot, so there's no need. I'll just stand here for a while and come out. Huey's face twitched. You're fine, but I feel like my heart and liver are jumping around in fear that you'll be blown to pieces by the wind. Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue and poked the barrier with the Netherworld Ruins sword. There's still a while. Hang in there. Generally speaking, it's a good thing. If you know this in advance, you'll have a countermeasure if you get into trouble in the underworld. Yeah. Huey's face was gloomy. He could not help but smile bitterly. You crazy guy, I'll have to keep my eyes open and stare at you fiercely. I'm afraid that if I don't notice for a second, you'll be tied up and attacked by countless energy blasts. That's why our lives depend on you, Lord Guardian. Hui bared his teeth at the grinning guy. After that, I'll have to block the blade for you for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, the underworld will definitely gather billions of firepower and pour it on your face. This is equivalent to pressing me into the void and beating me up. Well, doesn't this highlight your importance? Yun Nuoshing shrugged. It's just 5 minutes. Let them focus fire for a few thousand rounds and it'll be over. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. When charging into the underworld, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. After all, he had poured in so much effort. It was impossible not to be worried. But when it came to what he was worried about, he felt that everything was fragmented and there was no way to express it well. You guys are fighting? A careful voice sounded from the side, making Yun Nuoshing and Hui startled. They turned their heads and saw Yuankong looking at them with a strange gaze. A group of people behind her squeezed together and stood in a formation like an awl. They all stretched their necks and looked at them without knowing what was going on. Wow! Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Hui had an overreaction and hurriedly smashed 200 large shields in front of him, once again surrounding Maple inside and outside. Everyone was stunned when they saw this huge reaction. They subconsciously retreated a few meters, and the expression on their faces was even more stupefied. You couldn't help but ask, Lord Hui, did you bully Little Star? Hui had just walked out of the trapped Feng when he heard this. He was so anxious that he jumped up. In this void, other than the two groups of people standing at the top, who can bully your Little Star? If he doesn't press me into the void and the primordial void and beat me up, I'll be lucky, okay? Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. However, they had clearly seen Yun Nuoshing being trapped inside and unable to move at all just now. Don't touch him now. Really, don't touch him. If you touch him, he will explode. For safety's sake, I trapped him. Hui saw everyone's strange expressions and hurriedly explained. He will be fine in a few minutes. Stay away from him now. I will explain to you later. Just stay away from him now. Don't touch him. Don't even touch the energy barrier. Everyone understood. Anyway, someone often wanted to explode, so it wasn't that they couldn't understand why he used such a heavy defense. This was to isolate him from the outside world. Hui was worried about the situation inside. After the target left his line of sight, he didn't know if it was stable or safe. After thinking for a while, he put layers of barriers on the outside. 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside, trapping Feng inside into a huge sphere that was thousands of feet wide. It seemed to be sealed securely. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He turned his head and explained to everyone who was full of curiosity and confusion. Actually, Feng is a bit of a masochist, so, when this sentence was said, everyone was stupefied. Regardless of the cause and effect, as soon as this sentence came out, it was certain that someone was going to be in big trouble. Although after listening to the cause and end of the matter and reflecting on it, they really felt that this was a bit weird. It was just a feeling and a thought. They couldn't say it out loud. Anyway, it's just a test. Prepare your defenses in advance so that you won't be caught off guard. It's not wrong to prepare well in terms of defense, but I'm afraid it's impossible to guard against them. Hui held his forehead and shook his head. We can only defend based on what we know they may have, but the truth will only be more difficult to guard against. There are more things that we don't know, such as how many kinds of power and relics of the primordial god they have in their hands. That being said, the primordial relics that we know they may have in their hands are enough to give us a headache. The Horn of Order, the Staff of Origin, the Soul Chain, tons of energy bars, these things were already a little painful without even thinking about it. Auxiliary type, attack type, energy type, almost a set. God knows if they have more primordial relics. A dozen eras had been wandering in the void, looking for them, and maybe counting the dozen eras of the previous era. Judging from this time, the underworld and them would probably have found a lot of things in the void. They had better raise the level of power in the hands of the other party by a few levels. By the way, why are you all up? Are you all confused as well? Hui came back to his senses and looked at everyone after he finished thinking about this. No, it's because we felt a strange energy movement. We thought something happened to Little Star when he was dealing with something, so we came back to check, see you said. See you said. Seeing that everyone was nodding their heads, we could not help but laugh. It turned out that their interaction had woken them up. Just take it as a break. Feng Qinghuang whispered. Mei Mao kept looking at the layers of spheres. It's not too late to continue when Little Star comes out. A few minutes passed in a flash. Everyone gathered together to exchange ideas on the conversion and use of the primordial powers, suddenly heard a violent surge of energy. They turned their heads together. The layers of seals were opening from the inside. Yun Nuoshing slowly walked out of it. Looking at his face, he seemed to be in a bad mood. He came up to Hui and said, "Do you have to make 3,000 or 4,000 layers of energy barriers to seal it?" This. I was scared by your serious words. Hui smiled and shrunk his neck. His eyes fell on the chain wrapped around Feng's left hand. How's this thing? The energy has been used up. It needs to be recharged. Yun Nuoshing raised his left hand and untied it. He could not help but sigh. This thing used up all the energy in one go. There was not a single bit left. It trapped him for half an hour. He raised his hand and threw the soul chain into the sea of energy. Looking at it, he could not help but say, "The good news is that this thing can be used to kill a specific target if used at a critical moment. The bad news is that the underworld might have this thing too. After all, it is in their hands. And they were the ones who sent the underworld out to do the work. I can roughly guess that the underworld has this thing too. If they use it to kill me, I'll be done for. So Little Star will be protected by us." Siyu raised her hand and said excitedly, "I'm very happy that you have this idea. But after discussing it with Hui, I think he should be able to handle it. So, let's not talk about it." Yun Nuoshing coughed lightly. His gaze swept across the group of people in front of him, and he slowly spoke out the plan in his heart. "Actually, I plan to set up another attack system, a set of attack system that can replace my existence. When I'm not around, when I suddenly disappear, it won't be so bad that there won't be any emergency measures." "What do you plan to do? How do you plan to arrange it?" Jing Yuanji asked. Yun Nuoshing took out the Netherworld Ruin sword and stabbed it into the ground in front of him. He asked, "Then, who has the courage to take the Netherworld Ruin sword from me?" Seeing that everyone was so excited, Yun Nuoshing knew that he had asked for nothing. He quickly changed his words. "Ahem. Okay, I have to see who is more suitable for the Netherworld Ruin sword. This is a very important matter." Hui scratched his head. "Are you going to teach the 3 styles of nothingness?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and asked, "Are you going to learn rule, order, energy form?" No, it's impossible. The answer is the same as above." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and flicked the blade of the Netherworld Ruin sword. "The 3 styles of nothingness is not something that can be used just because you want to. This is an indiscriminate attack that uses the self of the energy life form as an energy pouring point. Well, let me give you an example. A normal energy life form is a very well-sealed box filled with energy. It is waterproof, fireproof, burglar-proof, and leak-proof. When the 3 styles of nothingness is released, the box has to go from being completely sealed to being completely open. All the energy inside is ignited, and then it is released in an explosive form all at once until all the energy is released." Qing Jun's face twitched. "Won't this destroy itself first? And that way, the body's energy recovery rate must be fast enough, even if the backup world is filled with energy. Otherwise, one would be exhausted and unable to fight after releasing it once." Xing Lv also caught on to the trick behind it. Yun Nuoshing nodded to them. "So, if you want to learn to use the 3 styles of nothingness, you need to complete a lot of prerequisites. By the way, when I am in a normal state, I can skip my own restrictions and directly release the energy in the backup world. This can ensure that my state will not be good and bad. Xing Lv's face twitched, and he asked with overflowing curiosity, "How do you do it?" Well, it's very simple. Remove a part of your own structural source and soul source, put them all into the world light cluster that has just completed its initial evolution in the portable space or soul world, and cultivate it from scratch. When the world light cluster grows to a certain extent and tends to stabilize, you have to manually disassemble it once again, let it enter a chaotic state again, and continue to use your own structural rules to deal with it. By the way, put all kinds of fragments derived from the world light cluster into your own structural source to evolve for a period of time. After that, pull it out before it ends its chaotic state again, find a stable place to put it back, and then… Forget it, don't talk about it. Xing Lv was sweating profusely and hurriedly waved his hand. Everyone was also sweating profusely. In short, they understood that it was to use all kinds of methods to strengthen their connection with the world light cluster. Hui shrugged and gave them a "see, I knew it wasn't a healthy topic" look. Let me explain. It's using one's own essence to constantly change the structure and rules of the world light cluster. It's more convenient to have the world core. Using one's own essence to change the world core will do. There are a total of 10 to 20 steps, progressing step by step. Along the way, one can also expand the world light cluster. Everyone was speechless. Well, that sounded very tempting, but they all felt that there was either a frightening price to pay or a lot of hard work that could not be dealt with. The root of the structure, the root of the soul, and the rules of structure were things that involved one's own essence. Every touch was actually a pain and agony, and it was the same for every change of essence and every action. That was also why many people in the Void frontline did not like to touch their own essence, and only walked down one path according to their own life form and life form, not intending to change it, because the process was very painful, and the time it took was also very long, measured in hundreds of millions of years. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. Back to the topic. Let's not talk about the world light cluster first. The 3 styles of nothingness sounds very troublesome, right? In fact, as long as you completely master rules, order, and energy form, all the preparations are complete. If everyone stepped back and waved their hands vigorously, saying in unison, "No, no, no, no," Yun Nuoxing pouted and looked at them helplessly for a while. Then she sighed and patted the Netherworld Ruin Sword. "Then you can try the Netherworld Ruin Sword and see who is more suitable." Green immediately took a step back. "I'll pass." "Ah, Lord Feng, I don't mean to resist. I'm very interested in a new attack system, but you know I'm used to beating people with my bare hands. If you suddenly want me to hold a weapon, I find it troublesome to carry an energy tower." Xing Lv also waved his hand and shook his head. "I play with fire, not with swords." Hui helplessly spread his hands at Feng. "I have to carry a shield to protect you." Yun Nuoxing's face was dull. She could only look at the remaining girls, but then she thought carefully. Yuan Ji, Siyu, Shuang, Yuan Kong, and Ji Shuyan were all masters of energy. They focused on energy output and did not change their path. Little Angel? Oh, that was a professional support. Then there was only one left. He had just turned his gaze when Blue Phoenix understood the situation. She shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She walked forward and held the Netherworld Ruin Sword. She looked at him and smiled softly. "Let me do it?" Yun Nuoxing patted her head and sighed. "I'll have to force you. I gave the Netherworld Ruin Sword to Blue Phoenix when I was doing that. As for the rest…" Yun Nuoxing glanced at Hui and the others and sighed. "Forget it. You can fight at your own pace. It seems that the other half of the attack system will be handed over to you, Masters of Energy." Yun Nuoxing looked at the remaining girls and put one hand on her waist. "If you have your own plans, you can tell me. I won't count." Big idiot, what's the other half for? Yuan Kong raised her hand and asked like a good student. It's to carry 18 billion spell formations and various types of strengthening energy. It's to unleash a torrent of energy into the void. It's to suppress the enemy with overwhelming attacks and attack frequency. Everyone was speechless. They understood now. The so-called new attack system meant that when he couldn't fight, this set of attack system would replace him and attack at about the same level. The current situation was that his attack system was divided into two parts. The melee attack system was handed over to Blue Phoenix, and the hundreds of millions of spell formations and various types of energy attacks were handed over to the other part. It was quite humane. Since there was no way to have just one person go up and achieve the same level of effect, it was divided into two parts and left each person in charge. However, even if these two parts combined couldn't achieve the combat strength of one observer, they would at least need to achieve the combat strength of 0.8 observers, in order to have any practical value. Just this alone sounded quite daunting. Wasn't it enough to just arrange everyone's position? They would also have to use all sorts of methods to deal with and specialize in every aspect. This wasn't something that could be done so easily. Hui wiped his sweat. In short, we need special training? Oh, it's not that fast yet. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She looked at Blue Phoenix and the others who were a little nervous. For now, you just need to continue dealing with the origin energy. I'll come and talk to you when the time is right. Oh, by the way, Blue Phoenix, during this period of time, you should hold the Netherruin sword until you can put it into your soul. You've been with me for a long time. The Netherruin sword has more or less been tainted with your aura. This step shouldn't take too long. We pricked up his ears and immediately showed a holy expression. I understand. This is to let the sword familiarize with the wielder so that the wielder and the sword can become one. In short, the sword's power will increase greatly. No, it's to let the Netherruin sword familiarize itself with Blue Phoenix's aura. It won't be too weak to squeeze her dry with one slash, or it will simply throw the wielder away. This thing treats everyone equally, that it's not familiar with. One slash can take the enemy's life, but also your own. Everyone. This was very realistic. Also, even if it's someone familiar with it, it will still take half of their life. This is a huge energy user. Why do you think I prepared so many backup world light balls? It's because I'm a huge energy user, and I still have a lot of things on me that don't save fuel. If I don't prepare so much backup energy, it will be gone in just 2 seconds of charging into the battlefield. Everyone. After all, it was an origin relic. It was only at this time that she hoped that the lamp would save some fuel. I remember that in the 100 billion years after I died, you used the Netherruin sword to release a pseudo-infinite primal chaos. Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and looked at Hui. Actually, it's the strengthened version of order. Holy shock. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Then, his expression changed. Oh, so I was directly squeezed dry that time, right? No wonder it used up so much of my energy at once. Everyone. Chapter 1958. The emergence of a new offensive system and the completion of personnel meant that there was one more thing to deal with on the itinerary. Although it was often said that there was no end to things and that it would never be done, it was easy to see upon careful counting that everything was proceeding swiftly and smoothly. Everything was moving forward without pause towards that final moment, and even if the overall speed was rather slow, progress was still progress. That much was undeniable. As for the things that were done and those that were crossed off, there were many as well. After all, many things had just passed, and the Void front line was still undergoing a period of rapid improvement. There were many new things and things that had just ended, and a conservative estimate was that this period would last until the day they charged into the underworld. Any new event that occurred in this period would mean that their combat power would rise again. For example, the newly completed Level 1 energy tower. After many years, they had said that it would be done in a dozen days after waking up. However, because they were dissatisfied with this, that did not go smoothly, that did not work, and that was not perfect, it dragged on for dozens of days. And today, finally, it was done! Boom! The vast and colorful energy torrent swept across the sky of the observer space, and a huge energy torrent that was 1,000,000 miles wide drowned the sight ahead. There was also a circle of reddish-black spiral energy on the energy torrent, and the special aura of destruction that overflowed made it look particularly powerful. The entire energy torrent continued to release forward for half a minute before it suddenly stopped. Such a vast energy torrent disappeared in an instant, and it caused a roar in the observer space before it slowly dissipated, leaving a huge crack in the ground. The observer space had been connected to the land of nothingness. Hui stretched his neck and watched the energy torrent dissipate before he put down his hand and began to mutter. A total of more than 1,000 energy barriers were destroyed, but it was blocked in front of the 1,447th barrier. This thing is really a bit ruthless. He turned his head and looked beside him. Maple was reaching out and pressing on a pillar. It was the same size as the second-level energy tower, tens of thousands of feet tall. As for its outer appearance, the lower half of the tower did not change, but the upper half, the shape of the spire, had changed into it looked like two tuning forks put together. In the middle of these two tuning forks was the energy core. It had just finished its energy surging state, and now it looked quite restless. The overall structure of the core was borrowed from the second-generation Creator's core, and I did my best to adjust and strengthen it to the best of my ability. At present, it has reached the peak of what I can do, but it can still be improved. Yun Nuoxing watched as the energy torrent dissipated, pinching her hair as she muttered those words that made Hui think for a while. What do you mean by reaching the peak of what I can do, but it can still be improved? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and sighed. Personal energy towers. In the past, personal energy towers were modified on the basis of Level 1 energy towers. Have you forgotten? The Level 1 energy towers of the new generation also retain this function. Apart from personal energy towers that can be modified into more special energy towers, these additional modifications to energy towers cannot be mass-produced, so it can only be used as a personal trump card. The advantage is that it can increase the limit a little. We let out a long "oh." This was turning mass-produced weapons into personal weapons that were of a higher level and had part of their own essence and special powers. He had forgotten about this matter. After all, he had only made 2 or 3 personal energy towers in the past. Personal energy towers and special energy towers could only be done separately. This is actually the third enhancement, right? Yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded in response. The core of the structure is the first layer, which is the foundation. The second enhancement is to strengthen the core of the structure, which is still the basic level. The enhancement is still on the structure. No matter how these 2 steps are changed, it is still within the scope of mass production. As for the third enhancement, to put it simply, it is putting a personal label on it. Everyone has to figure it out by themselves. Their own understanding of their creation, their own understanding and cognition of their own essence and characteristics will affect the third enhancement. But the power of a normal Level 1 energy tower should be enough. You have just estimated the power, how is it? Hui pinched his chin and thought for a while before snapping his fingers. A Level 1 energy tower for a beginner premier is not a problem to kill a beginner premier. Maybe I am being too confident, but it is definitely not a problem to break the defense. Well, the opponent also has his own domain and various enhancement methods, so the actual situation may be a little lower. Even he himself was a little fearful when he said the result, and kept muttering inwardly. By the way, Feng, isn't this level of mass production a little unreasonable? I feel that this thing is just, isn't it too weird? Could such power be mass-produced? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Let me ask you, who is our enemy? The underworld, the backwater dog, and the chaos concept body, collectively known as the power of chaos, Hui replied by reflex, before pausing for a moment and smiling bitterly. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Do you think that one tower alone could cause graze damage to the chaos concept body? No, let alone one tower, even if all the energy towers and order warriors were to be fully equipped, with the current void frontline and the combined power of all energy towers and order warriors, a single energy torrent would barely be able to break through the defenses of a peak primeval, let alone damage the chaos concept body. Don't compare the mass-produced weapons we use for our final attack with the basic power of the underworld. We're not dealing with the shrimp soldiers on the other side. What's the use of killing 100 million high-tier premiers? What's the use of killing countless chaos spawns? If we can't get rid of the generals on the other side, we still can't escape defeat. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and sighed. From the beginning to the end, I have been increasing my strength based on the goal of dealing with the chaotic concept body. No matter how many cannon fodders there are, they are still cannon fodders. The enemy is a peak high-level yuanshi, a pinnacle yuanshi, and a chaotic concept body. These are the core forces close to the top and the true top forces. They are the targets we have to use all our strength to deal with. If we are stopped halfway by the cannon fodders. We understood. Just like how the other side must have racked their brains to come up with 100 plans to kill Maple, Maple was also desperately accumulating power to kill the important targets on the other side. Dealing with the chaos concept body was definitely the top priority. The rest were the premier heavenly deities of the underworld, such as the Lord of the Underworld, and the guardian that the underworld people mentioned intentionally or unintentionally. Feng, do you still remember the high-level primeval that you killed with your lesser spatial turbulence? Hui suddenly asked, his eyes darting around as if he was thinking about something. What's the level of the high-tier premier? Yun Nuoxing was startled. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? How can I be clearer than you about the high-tier premier? Ahahaha, that's true. Hui scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He had found the wrong person and was asking for a snub. But if he were to judge by himself, it seemed that he was not particularly clear. What level of target could the lesser void turbulence that you guided kill? It was a last-minute move. I didn't calculate it clearly. I just instinctively and intuitively judged that it could definitely annihilate both him and me. So I did it. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She could understand Huey's concern. Are you trying to determine the level of the high-tier premier in the underworld? Something like that. After all, the guy who rushed out looked quite powerful. The high-tier premier who came out later didn't seem to be as powerful as that one. Hui nodded and subtly looked away. Although he was killed by you as soon as he rushed out. What about the price of 100 billion years? Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and shrugged. But now we can use a more straightforward way to kill him, and we don't have to pay the price. That's right. It's been so many years. Our strength has increased countless times, and we have gone through 2 large-scale renewals. We are no longer the same as before. Hui smiled as he looked up at the energy tower and brought the topic back. Let's not talk about that first. I don't think there will be any results even if we talk about it. The first level of the energy tower has been completed. It's time to share the good news with everyone. Everyone at the front line is looking forward to it. Well, after all, I have delayed it for a while. Yun Nuoxing patted the energy tower that looked like a combination of 2 tuning forks and sighed. Her eyes were a little gloomy. In the end, the first level of the energy tower still failed to achieve the expected result. Even after using the Staff of Creation's structural source and part of its structure, Hui was silent for a moment. He had a feeling that the problem was not with the energy tower. He could not help but pat Maple on the shoulder. I think it's because you have set the target too high every time, so you can only achieve the expected result. In this case, it's not bad to achieve the expected results, isn't it? Well, maybe that's the case. It's me who raised the expectations step by step. Yun Nuoshing held her head, shook her head and laughed bitterly. Maybe I was too obsessed with the attack. Hui could not help but laugh bitterly. That was not just obsession. It was an obsession that was branded in the structural source and soul source. It was the meaning of life. Yun Nuoshing circled the tuning fork energy tower twice, and nodded to Hui. I've confirmed that there's no problem. Help me carry it to the creation room and arrange for some people to do some feedback on how to use it. Maybe in 2 days I'll suddenly go crazy and think that I can change it. At that time I'll hear some useful opinions. Maybe I can really strengthen it again? Okay. Take your time to think about it. I'll bring it over first. Hui shrugged. He already said that it was an intrinsic obsession. It was already a finished product and he was still thinking about how to change it. By the way, you reminded me to remind you that the second and third level energy towers and the realm of order still need to be adjusted according to the appearance of the primal order. I've already said that. After Hui finished speaking, he shrunk the first level energy tower and put it in his pocket. Yun Nuoshing could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head after hearing the reminder. She really forgot about it. If she did not remind her, it would have taken her a while to remember it. But now I've just completed the first level energy tower. Let's take a break first. She exhaled softly and walked to the space of the concept machine. Another thing had come to an end. While she was resting, she had to take a look at the situation on the other side. He also had to pay attention to the new set of attack system that had just been mentioned. The concept level space set up at the side was quiet. Everyone was still using their own methods to torment the primal energy. They were basically in a state of contemplation and enlightenment, so there was no particularly big movement. However, dozens of days had passed. They were no longer just holed up in the same place, and did not do anything as they did at the beginning. Now, they were all using their own methods to experience the new things they had mastered. Yes, very quiet contemplation and enlightenment. This method was also very strange. For example, he did not know why Qing Jun dug a hole and put his head down in it to pretend to be upside down. Well, his own path was the most difficult and least efficient. His familiarity with the primal energy was stacked on top of each other, so he could not impart any experience in this regard. Everyone was now studying their own methods to familiarize themselves with the primal energy, thinking that the path they had taken should be much better than the one he had been forced to choose. So, he took a few more glances at Qing Jun, who was pretending to be upside down. He grinned and struggled internally for a while. Finally, he let himself ignore this scene and walked towards Qing Huang and Siyu. Qing Huang was still familiarizing herself with the Netherruin sword. She held the Netherruin sword in her arms and constantly released the primal energy. Like a wandering soul, she wandered around the area with listless eyes. It felt almost like she was sleepwalking. Siyu was sitting on the edge of the area with a pile of books beside her. There was also an open book on her bent knees, but her attention had obviously been diverted elsewhere. She was looking at Qing Huang in a daze, and her gaze followed the latter as she wandered around the area in front of her. He quietly leaned over and sat down next to Siyu. Seeing that she was still in a daze, he could not help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Siyu finally came back to her senses. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that it was Little Star looking at her. She stuck out her tongue and said, "I feel that my cognition is a little confused. There are some things that I can't distinguish clearly. Well, I'm confused. About the primal energy? About the creation? Well, no. Well, it's all about it, but it's not purely." This ambiguous answer surprised him. He thought that this girl had also become muddle-headed from studying the primal energy for too long. Now that he heard it, he could not understand what she was talking about. So, what exactly is it? Siyu closed the book on her knees and patted it. She sighed and said, I'm thinking about Qing Huang. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the cover of the book and instantly understood. Oh, it's a book I brought back from the third elemental world. It's a book about the myths of that world. What did you read that made you think of Qing Huang? Siyu thought for a while and put away the book next to her. She moved her body and leaned against Little Star. She whispered, Little Star, what exactly is Qing Huang? Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he heard this. He was a little confused by this question. Blue Phoenix, is Blue Phoenix? Well, I didn't say it clearly. Siyu shook her head. She pulled his long hair and her long hair and twirled it like a bracelet. Is Qing Huang a vermilion bird or a phoenix? Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a good 10 seconds. He went through the girl's words in his mind and translated it for himself. Before his brain stopped working, he sorted out the real meaning of what he guessed that this girl might want to say. Then, he came back to his senses and said, A vermilion bird is a vermilion bird, and a phoenix is a phoenix. There is no vermilion bird in the realm of the god. Then what about the 8th elemental world? It seems to exist in a very specific place. Hui seems to have seen it before. I also heard it from him. When he comes back later, you can ask him. Well, the vermilion bird you know might not necessarily be the vermilion bird you know. After all, the world is different. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and put it on Siyu's head. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Well, I read it in a book. It's a strange understanding. Siyu mumbled. Then, she said softly, I feel that Qing Huang's characteristics are similar to the phoenix and the vermilion bird, but it seems to be more than that. Yun Nuoxing seemed to understand. You read the information in a book from another world and confused your understanding? Siyu nodded vigorously. He finally understood what the little girl was troubled about. So he went along with her chaotic thoughts and said, According to what you know now, the phoenix, I'm referring to the phoenix of our family, the celestial realm. According to the folklore you read, she does have the characteristics of the vermilion bird and the phoenix. She also has the characteristics of another life form. But even so, it's not accurate. Because if you look carefully, you will find that she is not exactly the same as the other three. Siyu's face was filled with confusion. It feels weird. Why is it like this? How is it weird? I feel that it's very normal. Yun Nuoxing reached out and stroked Siyu's head. Then, she slowly explained, This is a story from another world, not our story. You don't think that just because something has the same name in 2 worlds, it has to be something of the same kind, do you? Siyu thought for a moment and shook her head. It's just a name. There are many people with the same name. No, but this is a more. Well, it's a representative thing. This kind of special thing. Well, generally speaking, it should be. Well, it's about the same? So, you're thinking about it wrongly. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and explained, There's nothing special or representative about it. The void spawns born in the void. To put it bluntly, their uniqueness is limited to their own world, their own planet, their own civilization, their own culture, even their own worldview. So, you should be able to tell. To the void, there's nothing special about it. The most special thing between them is that their names are the same. You've been to the Academy of Discipline many times, so you should be able to understand. Siyu tilted her head and looked at him, nudging his shoulder a couple of times. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, but continued to explain, What's recorded there is the culture and history of the countless worlds in the void frontline. There's too much, all recorded together. To us, it's just a story to skim through, and unless it's necessary, we wouldn't put in the effort to understand it. How would we have the time to understand and recognize so much? Moreover, leaving aside the worlds of other worlds, it's not easy to understand our own world from start to finish, from creation, mythology, and history. It would take decades to gnaw on the world core. It's the same for the stories of other worlds as well. Even if other worlds are much smaller than the realm of gods due to various reasons in terms of size and rules, which might give you the illusion that the world is too small and less can happen, that's not the case. No matter how small a world is, as long as it has a corresponding level of intelligent life, its existence would be elevated to a whole new level. The longer it exists, the greater the elevation. To put it bluntly, it's enough to understand your own world. If you want to interact with the outside world, you would have to make a distinction, using your own world's knowledge to deal with your own world, and using the knowledge of other worlds to deal with other worlds. Every world has its own culture, after all, and it's impossible for them to be the same. You would have to use the knowledge and perspective of the corresponding world to view the history, culture, and story of the corresponding world. If you have to forcefully put the matters of several worlds together, then you could only. See, you looked up at him slightly. Only. Regardless of the level of the world, everything will be compared and judged on the level of the void. Everything will be summarized and arranged on the world stairway, void stairway, origin stairway, and primordial realm stairway. Those names have the same meaning, they're all stairways that you understand, but they're called different names. Then, there's a lot to be said. If you put everything in the greater primordial realm together for comparison, then there's a lot to be said. The 8 primordial realms used to belong to the same place. Now that they've been split into 8, the components of the original greater primordial realm that they obtained are different. Therefore, they're destined to be different. The worlds that they were born in, the void derivatives that were born in their void, and all the perceptions that were born in them are destined to be different. As for the 8 primordial realm, as the largest remnant of the former greater primordial realm, it plays a stabilizing and guiding role in the new greater primordial realm. This is what I heard from them. Didn't they say a long time ago that due to the influence of the shadow information, the various primordial realms are different from each other? In fact, that's the influence that the 8 primordial realms have on the other primordial realms. It's a necessary influence to stabilize and guide the situation of the various primordial realms. It's also because of the existence of this influence that the various primordial realms have things that seem to be the same but are not exactly the same, but they are still different things. Therefore, if you really want to mention the existence of the same name, you might as well add the name of the world you belong to in front of it. The divine realm, 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 the phoenix. In short, if you want to seriously care about these things, it's best to use the knowledge of the same world to deal with the matters of the same world. If everything is summed up on the world ladder, it will be too complicated. There are too many things, and it's quite troublesome to just classify them. I often get these things mixed up. After he finished speaking, he saw Siyu's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, why are you suddenly tangled up in these things?" Siyu immediately gave up thinking. Her pretty face became extremely tired in 5 seconds, and her face turned dark. She looked up at him, and then quickly lowered her head and snuggled in his arms. Her voice was overflowing with depression. The original energy of the God of creation, to be familiar with it, to be familiar with it, to know many things, the essence, characteristics, the root, is very troublesome. The brat was in a daze, and he wasn't particularly clear about it. Probably, he tried to use his knowledge to translate her words. Perhaps it was because it involved the creation of things, and the investigation of the essence, characteristics, and root of countless things needed to be very in-depth. Simply put, the more she knew, the better. This brat was relatively weak in this aspect, and she didn't have much contact with these things. So now she was cramming her knowledge in this aspect. As for why she started to read books from the lower realm, well, he didn't know, and he couldn't tell. Perhaps it was necessary. The world of the lower realm also belonged to other worlds. No matter which primordial realm it was still another world. In short, she was just supplementing her knowledge. After all, the more she knew, the better. She was the inheritor of the god of creation. Perhaps when she matured, she would need to carry the difficult path of the creation of order. Walking on this path, it was necessary to know the countless things in the void. He felt that he seemed to know why the god of creation always liked to talk to the void. If it wasn't because of the millions of things in the void, it could only be crazy. Anyway, sooner or later, all of his hair would be burned off. He looked down at the brat, who was so distressed that smoke was coming out of her head. Oh, she was rubbing against his clothes so hard that smoke was coming out of her head. He quickly pressed her head down. Looking at the depressed face of the brat, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if she would obediently take over this path when she was really proficient in using the original energy. Speaking of which, would it still be useful when the time comes? There should be, right? It could be considered as the third transformation of the creation of order, right? Little Star's energy has been replenished enough. After a while, Siyu broke free from his arms. She crawled 2 steps to the side with a pale face and threw a bunch of books around her. She casually opened a book and buried her face in it. I'm going to eat a book. Little Star, don't talk to me. If you talk to me, I won't be able to control myself. Yun Nuashing. The characteristics of the original energy of the god of creation, the way to explore and master the characteristics of the original energy of the god of creation was really strange. He didn't know why, but he immediately thought of Qing Jun, who was still there. Sure enough, they were all very strange. Chapter 1959. Every origin energy had a different way of dealing with it, be it basic training or mastery of various essences and attributes. Every one of them had their own requirements, and Joshua was well aware of that. After all, he carried 196 origin energy with him, and every one of them had their own requirements. Although he had concluded that there were 4 or 5 general paths, they were actually paths that were pieced together from many other methods and were universal, just like the path of divinity carriers. Those 4 or 5 paths would be able to cope with 80% of the requirements of the 196 origin energy, but it would definitely not be as good as their own path. Moreover, with different understandings, the situation of the path would naturally be different, and even a single path could go awry. Therefore, he was not at all surprised by the bizarre responses everyone had come up with, and could calmly watch even if it was a little more bizarre. Well, just by looking at them, not to mention the fact that he himself was someone who only started out halfway, and all the paths he took were all hell difficulty paths, so he would not blindly point the way and mislead the others into a trap. After all, they were still inheritors who had received proper legacies, so they would definitely be more. Well, they would take fewer detours than him who broke into hell difficulty halfway. With the beginning of the path completed, all that was left was to wait for them to slowly grow. Still, he would not sit idly by if there was anything they needed help with, since it was not a troublesome matter anyway. You've been blessing me nonstop for half an hour, layer upon layer of blessing. I feel so refreshed now that I could fight 2,000 rounds of boxing with the chaos concept form. Yun Nuashing's face was filled with melancholy and sadness. He was now standing in front of the blue phoenix, his azure wings flapping freely against the wind. Both his body and the azure wings were glowing with an exceedingly conspicuous layer of green-blue light that floated around his body like a cloud. After combining with the original radiance of his body, his entire body glowed with a sparkling light, and just like Little Angel and Frost, he kept releasing powdery energy shard. But that was not all. Because of the surging energy of these 2 parts, his azure wings were covered with a wide energy membrane. The multicolored and green-blue luster kept surging, making him look like a giant moth. coupled with the energy movement in his body. He felt that if he pulled out the initial light for a spin, all the abyssal death mist spawns in the void frontline would lose control and run toward him as fast as they could, no different from fighting for food in a cafeteria. This is this part. What is this? And this is… Little star, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Blue Phoenix circled around him, reaching out to pinch little star's azure wings from time to time, grabbing his hand and fiddling with it. She even opened his eyelids and stared into his eyes, and after a while, poked her finger into his throat. No, he did not understand what the girl was doing at all. He only vaguely felt like he was being strung up and watched by more than 100 heavenly gods of origin that day. He had a feeling that it was not something serious, but seeing how focused the girl was, he did not say anything. He took back his words. This was troublesome. He was now standing in front of Blue Phoenix like an experimental organism. Speaking of which, why did she have to dig his throat, pull his eyelids, and pull his tongue to observe his blessing? He always felt that the girl was playing with him. Exploring the essence of blessing is so troublesome. After Howren could not help but emphasize it once more, Blue Phoenix finally told him the reason why she was busy here. The realm of order uses the energy gathered by the realm to gather the energy of a large entity that is pieced together by multiple nodes on a corresponding target, thereby strengthening one or more targets. Therefore, the realm of order itself consumes a large amount of energy. Usually, it uses the energy of the realm of order to condense the energy of the realm of order. In addition, the realm of order itself recovers its energy through the void. In other words, it consumes the energy of the realm of order to strengthen the corresponding target. What do you mean by nothing to do with me? Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. You mean you don't need to consume any energy? Blue Phoenix nodded slightly, her face full of confusion. Yes, I don't need to consume any energy, but this kind of strengthening is related to me. Little star, what do you think? Yun Nuoshing clenched his fist. I feel like I can tear down the underworld. Blue Phoenix. He waved his hand and his expression became more serious. Then, where does this part of power come from? I can clearly feel that there is a very obvious increase in power. It is also mixed with your origin energy. I don't know. Maybe I need to try in all aspects. Well, I need to consume some energy. Blue Phoenix raised her head slightly and looked at him. She blinked her crimson eyes. Little star, why don't you spar with me? For a while? Yun Nuoshing. Don't mess around. I obviously can't beat you if I don't use some strength. If I want to use strength, I will have to change the form of my power. When the time comes, I won't be able to control myself. You can bully me as much as you want. Blue Phoenix stuck out her tongue and stretched out her jade finger to poke at his stomach. But, just looking at it like this doesn't make anything clear. Why don't I go to the realm of order and give everyone a blessing to try? I suggest that you don't directly experiment with an unfinished product. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and rejected her suggestion. He watched as Blue Phoenix tugged at his arm and tried to think of a way. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Forget it. You can just torture me. Let me spar with you. I will do my best to control myself. You should also watch yourself. Wait, don't beat me to death. I won't. Blue Phoenix smiled and reached out to pinch his cheeks. I can't bear to. Consuming energy and energy was quite easy. Actually, it should have been quite easy. However, in order to deal with some abnormal matters, he had no choice but to change himself into an abnormal model. His own energy capacity was large to begin with, and he also carried a large number of world lights with him. Oh, he could cut off the world lights for now. However, even if he only used his own energy capacity and didn't use law, order, energy form to increase his combat strength to the maximum, he would still need to fight for a long time before he could expend a significant portion of his energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to exhaust a team. Maple! Maple, are you free? The sudden shout in this place stunned both of them. They both turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. In the sky, a golden comet was dragging a long tail. After a moment of flickering, it suddenly fell in front of them. They didn't know what Hui was doing. He appeared in front of them in a fully armed posture, which made them a little stunned. Hui just popped his head out and looked at Maple. He was stunned for a moment. Your wings have become so strange. They look like a big moth, Yun Nuashing. This was not something he could control. It wasn't that he didn't have it. Hui quickly put on a good expression. He held the Guardian's greatsword in his left hand and the shield in his right. He even knocked it twice to make a trembling sound. It was as if he was ready to charge into the abyss of death fog. Are you free? I urgently need your help now. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. What help? Come hit me. Just don't hit my face. Hit me as hard as you can. Yun Nuashing and Blue Phoenix were stunned when they heard this strange request. They looked at each other for a while. Blue Phoenix then looked at Hui, who was wrapped up like a turtle. She couldn't help but ask, "You also need to use a strange method to familiarize yourself with the origin energy. So you want to be beaten up?" "Yes." Huey's mouth trembled. He couldn't help but sigh. He looked up at the sky, as if he had seen through life and death. "If it wasn't for this reason, I wouldn't suddenly ask you to beat me up. Ahem, of course, rule, order, energy form. I can't take it if you use that power form. You just need to beat me up seriously. I won't fight back. I'll just stand here and let you beat me up." "Wait a moment." Blue Phoenix blinked. The blue clouds on her body condensed in the palm of her hand. They were so condensed that they flickered with light. It looked like a dazzling nebula. She looked at it for a while, then pressed the nebula between Little Star's eyebrows. She nodded and said, "Okay, this will do." Hui looked at the blue clouds surging into Maple's soul, causing his aura to increase by a level. He was stunned. What is this thing? Oh, the characteristics of Blue Phoenix's origin energy. It's related to blessing. As far as I know, there are many characteristics. However, Blue Phoenix can only increase her combat power. So just now, the two of us planned to use blessing to practice and see if there's anything wrong with it. Yun Nuashing clenched his fists as origin energy surged throughout his body. The multicolored light of energy almost drowned out the layer of blue clouds. And then you just happened to arrive. Just right. If I were to spar with Blue Phoenix, I would have to tremble and be beaten up. If I were to beat you up, I wouldn't have to be so careful. You can take a beating, so I can beat you to death. Blue Phoenix nodded at the side. Hui. You're going to fight as husband and wife. Although I want you to beat me to death, you won't really. Oh, can't I just not switch to my power form? Yun Nuashing shrugged. She took 2 steps forward, then paused. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Wait, Blue Phoenix, give Hui a few layers of blessing. I'll switch to my power form. Hui thought that Maple was worried about him when he heard the first half of the sentence. However, when he heard the second half, he trembled and his face turned pale. Maple, don't be like this. Really, don't be like this. A few layers of blessing won't be able to stop you from switching to your power form. It really can't, this can't work. It's not law, order, energy form. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. It's the source form. I just happen to want to practice the source form. Now that I'm about to make a move, why not? Wait a minute. Huey's face turned pale when he heard that. The Primordial's power form was too strong. That day, he was hit by the Primordial's pull of 10,000 mammoths in a hurry. Just as he was about to reprimand the Primordial, Maple took a deep breath and began to hold it in. It looked like his whole body was trying to squeeze something out of his body. He wanted to say, "Are you constipated?" But when he thought about the consequences of saying that, he thought that the 3, 4, 5, 6 power forms would stack together and charge at him with a sea of energy. His strong desire to live made him swallow the words back. After holding it in for a while, another kind of power began to surge out of Maple's body. The faint pure white light mixed with the colorful light of the source form did not look conspicuous at all. The most conspicuous change was his eyes. One of the colorful eyes had turned pure white, very similar to his observer form. However, this time, he was releasing the source form aura, which was much more dangerous than the observer form. Blue Phoenix worked hard for a while to give Lord Hui a blessing. She circled around him, checked for a moment, and nodded. Okay, then you guys can do it. After saying that, she quickly retreated to the side and tilted her head to look at the two. Do you want me to count down? Wait a minute. Let's seal this place first so that the fight will not be too loud and affect the others. Yun Nuoshing turned around and waved her right hand slowly in front of her. The concept form in front of them lit up at the end of their line of sight from the left side of their vision. It spread vertically towards the sky. As she waved her hand, it extended horizontally into a straight curtain of light, protecting the concept form behind it. Go to the observer form. When you release energy at will, if the excess energy falls into the sea of energy, it can absorb some of it and recover some of it. The sea of energy was left with 1/5 of its energy after being spat at by the Fortress of Origin. It did not recover much even after dozens of days. Visually, it still occupied a large part of the observer's space. The surface area of the observer's finger was partially covered. It originally had great thickness, but now only a thin layer could be seen from the side. The sound of rolling waves had also disappeared. Maple could not help but sigh as he looked at it, his face full of sadness and gloom. Although he wanted to do something, he could not do anything. His energy capacity was much smaller than the sea of energy, and he could not even make a splash if he was thrown in. When Hui came out of the concept form, he had been maintaining his peak state. At this moment, he was still desperately releasing his energy to stack up his defense. He did not want to be pushed into the void at the beginning of the game. He had entered the Guardian form and was covered by the Origin energy. His Origin energy was completely the same as his Guardian form. They were both blinding and pure golden. If there was a difference, his Origin energy was more dazzling than his own energy. It looked like a golden sun. Even the blue blessing that Qing Huang had given him was almost diluted by the golden light. Only a thin layer of it was left. Yun Nuoshing could not help but sigh. With your brightness now, if you hang up in the void, you will be another sun. Hui said. No, no, no. You are still brighter. When the initial light blooms, everything in the range will be blinded. Ahem. Anyway, I'm ready. Little Phoenix, give me a signal. Feng Qinghuang, who was standing at the side, thought for a moment and threw a red and pink flame between the two of them. The small flame swayed in the wind and was extinguished little by little. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. The pure white energy mixed with the Origin energy gathered in her palm and condensed into a storm. Hui was dumbfounded. Hey! The countdown is not over yet. You are already preparing in advance. Don't you think it's a bit immoral? I am preparing in front of you. Can't you increase your defense in front of me? Yun Nuoshing grinned and showed a look of disdain. She did not care about the anxious expression on someone's face. She gently opened her mouth and murmured, Origin. The red and pink flame swayed and disappeared quietly. At that moment, Yun Nuoshing's figure also suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Hui. The white energy ball in her hand, which was only the size of a thumb, had now expanded to the size of a washbasin. With the violent movement of the Origin, under Hui's sweaty gaze, she slammed the energy ball on his barrier. 10,000 creations Origin falls to nothingness. The vast and mighty white energy ball instantly expanded to a size of 100 miles. The power of the origin mixed with the origin energy magnified the violent energy by tens of thousands of times. The moment the mighty shockwave exploded, Feng Qinghuang immediately felt that something was wrong. She realized that she was too close to the spectator and quickly retreated a distance. She carefully covered herself with an energy barrier, but she was still knocked a few hundred meters away by the shockwave. The explosion of energy spread to the entire observer space, drawing all the energy there. The energy of the void and nothingness were all pulled into this space, falling toward the energy ball that was a mixture of white and multicolored light. A huge three-dimensional energy vortex could be seen forming. Qing Huang looked at the expanding battlefield and carefully retreated to the edge of the energy vortex. She was about to check the situation of the blessing that she had thrown over and see if it had consumed any energy. However, she was slightly stunned and puzzled. She tilted her head and said, "It still didn't consume any energy." "Not at all. Strange. Where did the power of the blessing come from? Could it be related to the nothingness and the origin environment?" Not only did it not consume any energy, it seemed that she stared at her right hand with a strange look and grabbed the sense that was fed back by the origin energy. Gently, she activated her origin energy. Blue clouds gathered in the palm of her hand and rolled. Only a moment later, from the center of the clouds, there suddenly appeared a little white light mixed with another ball of golden light. She was dumbfounded. This was the power of Little Star and Lord Hui, but it was not their aura. These two powers were tainted with the aura of her origin energy. Oh! Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? While Blue Phoenix was still confused about what was going on, a voice suddenly rang out from the space beside her. She froze for a moment and turned her gaze. From the falling light pillar, Suifeng, Brother Lei, and Xiao Shi walked out. The four of them looked haggard and had dark circles under their eyes. At first glance, one could tell that they had cultivated too much and were in high spirits. She guessed that the four of them were only one step away from ascending to heaven. They are practicing. Lord Hui is practicing with Little Star. Qing Huang explained the situation to the four. After they finished, Mei Mao scanned their faces and could not help but ask, "Are you all right?" "Couldn't be better." Suifeng looked haggard and gave her a thumbs up. When he opened his mouth, he almost spat out his soul. "I almost died in the fortress of origin. My soul is going to explode and crack." Feng Qinghuang looked at the four of them. When she turned back, she saw the energy in her palm. She quickly said, "Oh right. Look at this." I noticed it just now." Suifeng bent forward and stared at the cyan blue cloud, as well as the two sources of power that were growing slowly. "This is the power of Her Eminence, right?" "That," he said. "The goddess who wields blessing. Although her name does not sound like that, it is indeed her." Little Hour calmly finished Suifeng's sentence. Feng Qinghuang was a little confused. "Her name is unknown?" "It seems that Her Eminence doesn't like her name and would change it every once in a while. Since she hasn't decided on a name, the other gods would just call her by her name instead. Still, we all tacitly call her blessed, since we can't call her by her real name, even if she doesn't like it." Feng Qinghuang was speechless. She felt that the heavenly god of origin and the others were very happy. The goddess's power is indeed blessing. However, it is not what it looks like on the surface. Little Hour walked over and took the blue clouds from Feng Qinghuang's hand. She pulled out part of the clouds and placed it on her body. Then, she began to release her own power. A moment later, a strand of purple-gold energy appeared in the blue clouds. It still carried Qing Huang's presence, but this time, it came from her. Although this is the origin power of blessing, it is not a pure blessing. Casting blessing on everyone and using thousands of energy as feedback is both a blessing and an attack. Suifeng translated for Feng Qinghuang. To put it simply, if you give a blessing to 1,000 people, when they fight under the effect of the blessing, A small portion of the power will be returned to you as your own power. You can use it to attack or defend yourself. It is a mixed power. The main point seems to be the mixed power. After all, the amount of power returned to you isn't much. Unless you cast the blessing on a lot of people at once, it won't be that obvious. I don't know the specifics. No, I made a mistake. Saying a lot of people isn't very accurate. I was referring to the situation of the heir of Her Eminence. I remember that Her Eminence only needs a few people to unleash the same amount of power. Perhaps it has something to do with the mastery of the origin energy. As for the upper and lower limits, I'm not too sure either. You can figure it out yourself. Feng Qinghuang covered her eyes. I feel a little dizzy. By the way, if it is blessing, where does the power of blessing come from? I can't find any traces. Of course it is. Suifeng pointed upwards. Using the concept layer of laws as a transfer point, you can extract this power from the void. You are not very familiar with it yet, so you can't find any traces. However, you will be able to see it in the future. You need to be more familiar with this power. Feng Qinghuang sorted out the information she received from them. She then stroked her long hair. It is a bit like the heart of the realm. Well, something like that. It is very useful. After all, it is a professional support. It can increase the combat power of all the Order warriors in the Void frontline. Suifeng revealed a haggard smile. It looked very frightening. Hearing this, Feng Qinghuang sighed. Although it seemed like there was an additional way to attack, it could not escape the title of support. However, it was already beyond her expectations that there would be additional ways to attack. It was probably because pure support did not exist in the eyes of the Origin Heavenly God and the others. Even if it was a support, they would be able to find a few special and powerful ways to attack. Even with her shallow knowledge, she could barely imagine what kind of power she could release if she gathered the power of the entire Void frontline. Even if it was just a small amount of power, it could be gathered into a powerful attack. I remember that there are multiple types of blessing. Little Xiao looked at her and asked softly, "You haven't mastered it yet?" "I won't be able to master it so quickly." Feng Qinghuang nodded. She then turned her gaze to the battlefield where Little Star was fighting. She looked at the place where thousands of magic circles were bombarding. "I still need some time to master it. I still need time." Another violent commotion from the battlefield interrupted their conversation. They turned their attention to the explosion of energy that was about to affect them. After thinking for a while, they retreated a little further. "Destroy my primordial, myriad manifestations." Suddenly, there was a violent commotion from the place where the explosion of energy occurred. Huey's cursing voice could be heard from the explosion of energy. "Can you change to another move? Can you change to another move? Then I will draw my sword. Then I will change to another form of power." "Hui! Forget it. Just keep fighting like this." "Then I will change to another move. The primordial order disintegration that destroys me 100,000 times. You bastard, go easy on me. Ow 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 ow." The violent energy that swept across the entire observer space drowned Hui Jun's cursing and screaming. Their vision suddenly turned gray. They couldn't help but cover their eyes to prevent their vision from being taken away by the light of order disintegration or to become colorblind. Although they didn't have a problem not using their eyes, they were used to using their eyes. They didn't want to open their eyes one day and find that their vision was completely black or only gray. "In the name of Motherf King Chaos, destroy my primordial chaos, myriad manifestations." An observer suddenly shouted from the place where the fierce battle was taking place. Accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of energy, the entire observer space was ignited. The 5 people who were watching the battle outside looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1960. By the time he and Hui had finished their vigorous battle and stopped to rest, the observer space had become tattered everywhere. It was full of tear marks left behind by the impact of their energy collision. A large number of cracks were either leading to the void or the land of nothingness. Now they were slowly recovering. The sea of energy had also absorbed the countless energy aftershocks during their battle, as he had expected. Now it was working very hard to roll up waves. Although the overall energy aftershock did not add up to much, it was just a number anyway. He did not expect this little bit of energy to do anything. The waves that were rolled up were more like explosions caused by the collision of energy. After resting for a while, they returned to the concept dimension. Almost a day had passed. Blue Phoenix, Suifeng, and the others were waiting inside. He knew that someone had come to watch the show when they were halfway through their battle. Suifeng and the others turned around when they heard the commotion. They saw Feng looking refreshed, as if he had vented all the pressure he had accumulated for a long time. Their expressions became strange. Then, they looked at Hui Jun. He looked terrible. It was as if he had been pressed into nothingness and bombarded for an entire day. It was as if he had just rolled out of a coal mine. Hui Jun saw their gazes on him and raised his hand to greet them. Burp, this smoke ring is still colorful. Looking at his disheveled appearance, he must have been beaten up a little by the universal guide of all things, the source of all things, and the source of all things chaos. I really want to ask him how it feels to be pressed in the middle of the universal guide of all things, but considering that it is not a healthy topic, I give up on it. It's not exciting, not very exciting. Yun Nuoshing stretched and walked towards Blue Phoenix and the others with her hands behind her head. As she walked, she talked about what happened just now. She smacked her lips and said, "Sure enough, I can't go all out in a battle. It's not exciting enough. I can't use my life to increase my combat power in a battle. It feels like something is missing." Hui, who was walking to the side, had just cleaned himself up. When he heard what Yun Nuoshing said, his face twitched. He quickly jumped to the side as if he had seen a ghost. "I'm not coming. I won't be able to handle it alone. If you want to risk your life to increase your combat strength and fight with all your strength, I'll call everyone here to be your training partner. Is the entire Void frontline enough for you to fight?" Maple had beaten him until his head was crooked, yet he was still smacking his lips to express that he wasn't strong enough. That was why Shields were so sad. After being beaten by Maple for a whole day, he didn't know how many times he had broken through Maple's defense. Later, Maple asked him to counterattack. After all, it wasn't fun to just hit a wooden dummy. But, well, the Maple in his original form wasn't something that the Maple in his Chaos form could compare to when he went all out. The Maple in his Chaos form was still in a state where his brain wasn't working too well. The Maple in his Chaos form who could freely use his power was the one who couldn't be provoked. More importantly, this power form was also very powerful. Forget it. Yun Nuoshing shrugged, sighed, and shook her head. The price is too high. It's not worth being a sparring partner. Hui, you actually seriously considered this question? Of course, I'm not just a sparring partner for me, but also for all of you. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, waved her hand and said seriously, "You can treat me as a weakened Chaos concept body. I'll use my original form and Chaos power to spar with all of you, so that those who haven't experienced the terror of the Chaos concept body can get used to it in advance. It's also good to accumulate experience, but it's just wishful thinking. It's not something that can be done." Suifeng and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads. "Speaking of which, Brother Maple, if you really want to go all out and let everyone spar with you, we actually have a way." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. She couldn't see anything from his face, but she could guess something if she used her brain. "It's related to the Fort of Origins?" "Yes. The Fort of Origins has a function that we already knew about. We've just figured it out and restored it, so it can be used now. Brother Thunder nodded. It took a lot of effort just to reactivate it, and we came looking for you right after it was done. I didn't expect you to be having so much fun. The heavenly god of origin had once again come up with an unknown function. Since it had been placed in the fortress of origin, and the heavenly god of origin was talking about such matters. Well, there were a few similar guesses. It wasn't that rare to see such a setup in the god realm. Regardless of whether it was this era or the other eras he had experienced, such a thing had always existed. It's a little awkward to talk about this function. Brother Thunder waved his hand and turned towards the Fort of Origins, with the others following closely behind. According to Her Eminence, it was probably placed in the Fort of Origins a long time ago. As for the original intention, it's like training soldiers, placing everyone's soul and consciousness into another space to do battle. In the beginning, this thing was used quite frequently. Later on, it became a decoration and became completely useless. Hui nodded. That's because they fought directly in the later stages, charging here and there with real swords and spears. There's no need for something like that. Training soldiers doesn't exist. They just charge directly into the battlefield and fight, and if they die, they just have to get back up and charge again. Dying 70 or 80 times would be enough to earn experience and become veterans, as long as the path of reincarnation isn't crushed by the chaos concept body. Brother Lei smiled bitterly. That's right. That's why this thing was only used in the early stages. Personally, I think it's quite useful. Well, it's quite useful for training soldiers. But well, it's quite awkward whether it's useful or not. It's still fine for training soldiers. But previously, someone tried to deduce the situation of the battle formation. Well, it's very, very awkward. Yes, very awkward. After all, we're facing a bunch of lunatics who don't have brains. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. The chaos concept body won't attack or defend according to predetermined movements, nor will they march according to the tactics written in the textbook. Tactics and whatnot might be useful against an equally intelligent enemy, but they're all brainless and only know how to charge and break through enemy lines. That's not right. The Chaos Soldiers have some brains and can form formations, but their numbers are endless and there's no way to finish them off. It's like a tide that keeps getting stronger and stronger, pressing against your face. In such a situation, so-called tactics are completely useless, and there's no time for tactics at all. All we can do is to fight with all we've got, and not blindly think about those unrealistic things. That's right. Suifeng sighed gloomily. Even if it only takes 1 second to set up a strategy and 1 second to execute it, those 2 seconds are enough for the chaos concept entity to tear a hole in the entire defensive line. Setting up a strategy during a battle is completely impossible. Even the so-called strategy that we came up with before the battle would not work at all in the middle of the battle. Instead, it would be a hindrance due to the rigidity of the various forms of strategy. It can't be done, it can't be done. The war between order and chaos, the way to deal with this war, well, there was only one way of saying that everyone had to adapt to the situation. The existence of the commanders of the nodes was merely to precisely arrange the combat echelons to attack, defend, advance, retreat, change positions, attack wherever they were directed, clear the area and prepare to defend against attacks from others. The latter two only existed in their era and probably did not exist in the mythological era. There were only such simple commands, and anything else was nonsense. With the chaos concept body controlling the entire battlefield and drowning the entire starry sky with the tide of darkness, there was no way to play any trick. Rather, it was more likely to be treated as a trick, such as chaos corruption and collective betrayal. Interesting, so interesting that it made people grit their teeth. With endless enemies and a power that could subvert the entire void of order, talking about tactics in the face of such power was nonsense even if one wielded the same level of power. After all, this was not a normal war where both sides had to play thousands of mental games. There was no such thing, really, there was no such thing. Even if one had the time to think for 2 more seconds, the defensive line would have been cut open, and in a minute, the other side would have the army on their faces. That's why the existence of that thing is a little awkward. Rather than training in tactics, it's better to improve combat ability. Old Brother Lay turned his head to look at Little Brother Fong. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, "It's also more suitable for people like you, Little Brother Fong. To grasp a new form of power, you need to test it to the limit. If you use it in the real world, it'll be a burden on you. You can do whatever you want in there." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. To put it simply, messing around in there would not have much impact, but messing around outside would only result in throwing oneself into the spiritual temple. After all, using his full power once would be fatal. The group followed Brother Lay, and soon came to the place with the new function, which was one of the halls of the Fortress of Origin. Although it was called a hall, it was actually a vast square. There was no end in sight, the sky was a starry sky, the walls were not visible, the ceiling was not visible, and the floor looked very ordinary with checkered white jade tiles. Each checkered tile was a dozen meters long and wide, and there were many things filled with origin energy hidden in the space. There was no need to think about it to know that they were the runes, markings and the like. If he guessed correctly, these things existed to support the building in the center. At the very center of the square, there was a tall tower. It was pure white in color, and there were a lot of similar white energy lines and decorations that could only be made out by the faint outlines. The tall tower was a pillar. Its height could not be seen, and it only occupied an area of 2,000 to 3,000 feet. However, there was a spiral belt that spiraled upward around it, and its existence doubled the area of the tower. It was a very spacious spiral belt, and one could walk on it as if it was a wide road. I want to say something. We could not help but point at the spiraling belt. Does your venerable god like the spiraling shape of the pillar very much? The pillar below the Fortress of Origin is like that, and so is the pillar here. That's because. Brother Lay scratched his cheek and laughed dryly. It's hard for me to explain, but according to the goddess, they have hundreds of ways to explain the convenience and practicality of this shape, although we can't understand it every time. First, it's easy to build. Compared to those fancy buildings, this building itself only has 2 neat parts, a pillar and a spiral ring. The whole thing is simple, and because it's a creation of rules energy, there's no need to consider the structural support of the building. Yun Nuoshing stroked her long hair, her expression solemn. Secondly, it's convenient to enclose the ground. Drawing a circle would use the circle as an area and fill the area with all sorts of order, rules, and energy. The circle itself could be a huge structural core, and could fill the entire area until it's full. Using it as an extension point, the enclosed space could even be used as a structural core, filling it with all sorts of non-origin structural rules. If you look closely, you'll see that the exterior of the building itself is these 2 things, but there are more details that completely fill the entire space, and those details that are hidden in the shadows are what support the existence of this building. Although it's a little painful and aesthetically tiring to look at too many buildings with similar shapes, it's convenient anyway. Moreover, aesthetically tiring is at most boring, and you won't feel that it's too annoying to look at and want to blow it up. To sum up, pillars and circles are the king of creation. What? You're asking if I have anything else? Of course I do. Do you want me to make a ball for you to see? What size ball do you want? Is it an explosive, or a core, or a building? Everyone was speechless. He and the gods of origins would definitely have a lot of common topics to talk about, and it was not unreasonable for him to be chosen as the executor. If they were to wrap him up and throw him out, those who didn't know would think that the gods of origins had descended upon them. At first glance, it sounded very reasonable. Thinking about it carefully, it was also very reasonable. The reason made them all smile bitterly for a while. They decided not to delve into the reason or not, because if they really did, they might go crazy. There was no one in the hall, but there was a lingering presence, indicating that the people who were here had not left for long, and the other inheritors had probably rushed to other halls after dealing with the matters in this hall. At present, he only saw 2 halls, one was between the core, and the other was the hall of the tower. The size of the 2 halls could not be accurately estimated, and he did not know how many such halls there were in the entire Fortress of Origins. However, he could feel the hurried atmosphere from the energy that flowed through it. The Fortress of Origins, which had recovered a lot of energy, was rapidly mobilizing this portion of energy, operating rapidly to deal with various matters. Brother Lei led his people to the bottom of the tower and placed his hand on the white pillar. The surging origin energy made the runes and markings on the pillar light up, changing from pure white to a multicolored color. The runes and markings that only had outlines became clear, and they were indescribably beautiful. The entire tower was also dyed with faint golden light, which extended all the way to the top of the tower, lighting up the gray spiral that had a metallic texture. A huge amount of energy began to flow from the Fortress of Origins into the hall. This energy movement lasted for quite a while, and only stopped when the tower was fully charged. At this time, the tower had become a faint golden color, with a lot of incomprehensible but shocking images engraved on it. Yes, it's done. This thing can be used now. Brother Lei patted the wall, and turned to Brother Feng and the others. It has been connected to the existing origin shrine. As long as it is treated like the spiritual temple, and a part of the soul's origin is left, this function can be used in the origin shrine. That's quite convenient. Hui went up and poked the tower's wall, and immediately understood how to deal with it. After leaving a part of his soul's origin, he turned to Feng and grinned. Feng, do you want to go in and practice? Yun Nuoxing looked at him. If you want to fight for a while, it's not impossible to go in and accompany you. But didn't you just say that you have some clues and need to figure it out by yourself? TCH, that's because you feel like you haven't fought enough. Hui grinned in response. You want to gather everyone to fight with you? With this thing, it seems like you can do whatever you want without worrying about anything happening. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. Let's not mess around for now. Everyone still has things to do, and I also have a lot of things to deal with. If you want to practice, you can do it anytime. He then turned to look at Brother Lei. This tower should have other functions, right? It shouldn't be that simple. Oh, you can see that. Brother Lei nodded slightly, and a moment later, a strange expression appeared on his face. If the Venerables are still here, we can practice with the Venerables now. Yes, we can practice in here. And it can be a Venerables who will go easy on you, a Venerables who won't go easy on you, or a Venerables who will beat you up as a chaos concept body. The difficulty is up to you. Yun Nuoxing. Oh, it's the brand of the rule. Engrave a person's brand of the rule into the tower, and you can summon the phantom of the corresponding person to practice. At this point, everyone suddenly looked at him. Yun Nuoxing pointed at himself and was a little stunned. Why do I feel like my attendance rate will be very high? That was right. Just now, someone had said that it would be fine to beat him up as a chaos concept body that had been weakened by God knows how many levels. Now, with this thing, they could really beat him to death. Moreover, it was a certain observer with many forms. Everyone would probably be able to experience the true power of the origin of chaos. Of course, there would definitely be people who would be traumatized by it, because it's something that the Venerables personally created. Weapons and things like energy towers can also be manifested in it. In short, it's an all-round battle arena. Because it's a battle of the soul and consciousness, the body won't be hurt because of hanging inside. Brother Lei coughed dryly. Hui touched his chin. I think Qing Jun will like this thing very much. Everyone, Ah, that battle maniac who recklessly traveled through the void. With such a good thing, he would probably be immersed in it and forget about home. From then on, he wouldn't be seen for 18 billion years. Anyway, there's another good thing. Hui clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone doesn't have to worry about having no target to practice on after learning a new power. These years, the abyssal death mist spawns are becoming more and more incompetent. When everyone's strength increases a few more levels, these cannon fodders can't even be considered as practice. Fortunately, we have this thing. For the first time, I hope that the underworld won't be lazy. Look at now, we have to arrange for our own people to practice with each other. Everyone smiled bitterly and sighed in their hearts. A lot of thoughts came to their minds. Oh underworld, I wonder how the evil water in their gourd has been refined. The function of the newly built fortress of origin had been connected with the shrine of origin. In just half a day, it had become a new activity that swept the entire void front line. Everyone who was not assigned a task all went into the shrine of origin to practice. Looking at their excitement, it seemed that everyone had been suffering from the underworld's laziness and could not practice for a long time. As for him, he had never personally experienced whether this thing was useful or not. Instead, he had heard a lot of feedback from the others. Overall, it was very good. Everyone had also specifically discussed the 20 ways to defeat the Chaos Lord Maple. Now, they were waiting for the warriors to give it a try. It was said that there were even people who tried to challenge him in his pseudo-advanced primitive form. He was well aware of the outcome. However, he did not go and see the specific situation. Overall, he felt that it was quite interesting. Just as he had expected, many people treated him as a target for practice. In the beginning, it was a one-on-one duel, but later on, it was a group fight, referring to his doppelgangers beating up a large group of people. Although this outcome was within his expectations, he still did not know whether to laugh or cry at the mention of it. His original intention was to have everyone face him, who used the power of chaos, as a form of practice before facing the concept body of chaos. Overall, everyone is having fun, Hui said with a shrug. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes as she stroked the cores of the level 3 energy towers. I could hear serious discussions about how to kill me whenever I open the soul communication now. It gives me the illusion that I've carelessly collapsed the void front line and become a public enemy. In fact, didn't you almost succeed once? Ahem. Hui quickly coughed dryly after being glared at. Looking at the new energy tower core before him, he changed the topic. How's it going? The foundation of the realm of order itself has been dealt with. The energy tower that strengthens the domain is also done, which is why the realm of order has been adjusted under the influence of the origin rules. Yun Nuashing poked the 2 energy cores before her. As for the energy towers, there's a large-scale adjustment. Huey's eyes widened. Another large-scale adjustment? Some time ago, little Greenie told me that they could do it. They're very arrogant, and told me not to worry about them and just focus on pushing the attack to the limit. Yun Nuashing raised the rhythm of light, looked at it for a while, and then pushed it into the core of the structure, and began to release its energy. Aren't I trying very hard to respond to their request? Hey, it's rare for someone to tell me that I can unleash my full attack without restraint. How can I not work hard? Hui was speechless. Little Qing Zi, oh little Qing Zi. He finally understood why little Qing Zi was regarded as the second public enemy, and was condemned in speech and in writing by everyone. It turned out that he had pulled the plug on Maple's restriction. Good boy, such an interesting thing had happened during the period when they had awakened as inheritors. He had to go and make fun of little Qing Zi later. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the inheritor who was not doing his job. Have you been idle these few days? Yeah, about the origin energy, all you have to do is go into the tower and take out your pseudo-high-order primitive form phantom. Let it beat me up for a few hundred minutes and that's it. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Thanks to you, everything is going well. The structure, the proficiency of the origin energy, and the transformation of the origin energy are all progressing very quickly. Suifeng and the others said that our batch of inheritors is progressing very smoothly. After all, in terms of conditions, although we have excellent conditions now, it's definitely not as good as when they were on the continent of origin and had the guidance of the primordial god. But I just don't know why our progress is smoother. Yun Nuoxing cut open the core of the structure, and began to guide the power of the laws at this time to replace the power of the laws that existed inside. Without thinking, she replied, then it can only be the problem of the source law. It should be its influence. The macroscopic laws of the mythological era are not as strong as the source law of this time, whether in terms of strength or specificity, they are inferior. Well, after all, the source law is equivalent to a weakened version of the macroscopic laws of the Chaos era. It's complete. No matter how strong the laws of the previous era were, they were still in the state of the Deyuan realm after it was divided into 8. Hui thought for a while and nodded. That seems to be a very accurate explanation. Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly. Just as she turned her gaze back, she turned to Hui and asked, by the way, how long will it take before we reach the advanced? You have to ask the Forbidden Seal. Hui grimaced and spread his hands helplessly. This time the Forbidden Seal will end in a short period of time. After it ends, if there are no accidents, we will reach the peak of the mid-order primitive form. Then, we will be stuck for a period of time. Well, by the end of this era we will definitely reach the advanced. This is the result that we have come to together, it can't be wrong. The 57th era, huh? Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. There's still time, there's still some time. I hope everything can be done in time. But I have a lot of things that I haven't done myself, so I can't rush you. Hui looked at Yun Nuoxing's slightly helpless expression and suppressed madness in the depths of helplessness. He thought for a while and did not continue on this topic. By the way, your ice sculpture sister seems to be looking for you. She's in the conceptual space. She asked me to bring you over. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Her expression was quickly thrown aside. Shuang? What's the matter? I don't know. Hui shook his head and looked at the structural core of the energy tower. How long will it take you to finish this thing? If you still need some time, why don't you come with me first? Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, and left an origin god sigil in the core with the rhythm of light. She sewed the structural core of the energy tower back, and threw it into the sea of energy. Okay, let's go and take a look first. Chapter 1961. After temporarily shelving and stabilizing the things he was dealing with, or throwing them into the sea of energy to perform self-replacement, Yun Nuoxing followed Hui towards the concept-level space. However, halfway through, he suddenly thought of a problem when he had just entered this space. No, if Shuang wants to talk to me, shouldn't she be the one to call me over? Why did she ask you to pass the message? Hui didn't think about it at first. Hearing Maple's words, he was also confused. How would I know? Maybe your ice sculpture sister is too engrossed in her thoughts and can't think straight. We are like that sometimes. You don't like to use your brain. How can you say that your brain can't think straight? Are you sure they don't go on strike so often that they don't even want to talk to you when you want to use them? Don't worry about it. Ahem, I'll bring you over. Similar things happened before. They just casually talked about it and didn't pay much attention to it. When they found Shuang, they would know what was going on. Oh, I found her. She's still standing here. Hui Xiang pointed at the ice field in the concept-level space and took the lead to teleport over. He shouted at the top of his voice, Shuang, I've brought your little star over. Aya Feng, your nickname sounds so weird. Where did this topic come from? Where did this nickname come from? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Little Angel was the one who started calling him by the nickname, the 139th age. After a while, Cu and Blue Phoenix started calling him that too. He was already used to it. He shrugged and ignored the topic. He walked to Shuang Shuang and asked, "Shuang Shuang, are you looking for me?" The ice field was completely silent. Only the cold wind and the tiny snowflakes danced in the air. There was no other sound. Shuang Shuang stood there in a daze. She didn't make any sound. She didn't react to their arrival at all. Yun Nuoxing looked into her deep blue eyes that were like glaciers. Only then did he realize that Shuang Shuang's gaze was a little sluggish. The light in her eyes was still there, and she did not encounter anything that blinded her mind. But, well, it should be a problem of attention. Her attention and consciousness did not seem to stop here. What's going on? Seeing Maple frown, we quickly walked over and saw Shuang Shuang staring blankly ahead. Even if Maple waved his hand in front of her, she didn't respond. Could it be her consciousness or her soul ran out? I ran out to call you half an hour ago. Could it be that this girl was a little bored after waiting for so long and her soul ran away? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She'll come over when she's bored. Shuang Shuang isn't an idiot. Anyway, let's wake her up first. She reached out and gently touched Shuang Shuang's forehead. Origin energy surged and burst forth with a faint halo of energy. Shuang Shuang immediately came back to her senses and saw Little Star looking at her helplessly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, Little Star, you're here." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and pressed on her head. "You called me here, but you're distracted. What's the matter?" "Well, there's something." Shuang Shuang nodded and swayed her hands around Hao Ren's arm. "I want to go somewhere. There's a voice calling me. It had been calling me before, but I couldn't find it. After that, I didn't pay attention to it for a while. But now it's calling again." Yun Nuoxing, do people like to talk about things in other people's minds these days? He had it, Yuan Kong had it too. But this girl was man-made. Shuang Shuang, I don't know what's going on. Shuang Shuang explained the matter in detail. The corresponding time just happened to make up for the time 20 years ago. Hao Ren still remembered that this girl had disappeared during that time. Sometimes she would disappear for 100 years or even a few decades without any news. From what she told him now, this girl had gone to look for the voice and wandered around in the void. She was so engrossed that she forgot to report her safety. But what kind of thing could it be? Huiren scratched his head and looked at Shuang Shuang. But she was also confused. She shook her head to show that she was not sure. They also felt strange and could not figure it out. The voice was definitely not an ordinary voice. But to talk about a more special situation, well, it could only be said that this girl's nature. Then the question came. The existence of something in the void that could directly affect the life of the origin, I'm not sure. Yun Nuoxing answered Hui Ren's question through the soul transmission. My understanding of the life of the origin is basically only involved in the ordinary part. The deeper level is still the blind spot of my knowledge. In short, you can determine that there's something in the void, right? And then it's desperately talking to you, trying to get your attention. Yun Nuoxing said. Seeing Shuang Shuang nodding, her pretty face was a little confused and anxious. She reached out and pressed on Shuang Shuang's head. So, can you point out the approximate location or direction? Shuang Shuang lowered her head and thought for a while. She gently raised her hand, turned around and pointed to the back, the position of the void over there. Yun Nuoxing and Hui Ren looked over at the same time. Their cheeks twitched at the same time, and they said in unison, "The upper plane." When Maple said this, he noticed that there was no special change in his expression. But when he said this, his brain was a little exploding. It was mentioned a long time ago that the upper plane was still in chaos. When the void frontline was busy resisting the underworld, the upper plane was integrated into one and fell into war. No one knew what was going on. In recent years, According to the information received by the Void Patrol team, the upper plane was obviously more chaotic. Although when he was chatting with Jing Yuanji, he accidentally let Maple know about the turbulence in the Void of Order, but there was no but. Looking at how much this guy loved his little girl, he would probably get involved in this matter and have to go to the upper plane. Yun Nuoxing touched her chin and thought for a while. Then, she suddenly waved her hand and said, "Let's go. Call Yuan Ji, Blue Phoenix and the others. Bring along Lady Green. Call Sui Feng and the others too. Bring along the 4 of them. Then, let Little Green prepare 12 echelons of people. Prepare the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level energy towers. Bring along the Temple of Origin and bury it at the bottom of the void, just like the Temple of Expedition." Hui Ren's face was contorted. The element of struggle was drowned in this difficult expression. He felt as if his heart was on fire. Maple, no matter how useless the Void of Order is, it doesn't deserve to die. Even if it's really too much to write down, you don't need to mobilize this level of power. If that power swarmed over, it would not be enough even if the Void of Order was destroyed billions of times. The most violent weapon of order is finally going to attack the Void of Order. Even if they wanted to stop it, they probably couldn't. When Yun Nuoxing heard his words, he was stunned for a few seconds. When he turned his head and saw Huey's expression, which looked like he was going to die to remonstrate something, he was even more confused. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Have you forgotten that you were caught by the chaotic concept body the last time you went out? After that, we made a deal. Next time we go out, we have to bring billions of firepower with us. Given the nature of the Void of Order, who knows if we'll run into Origin or Chaos after going out for 2 rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 added together. It's settled. Let's go out and see who's the one talking nonsense in Shuang's head. Why do people like to talk nonsense in other people's heads these days? It's really weird." Hui Ren was speechless. Oh, so that's what happened. He forgot. But it was still very dangerous. If such a torrent of power charged into the Void of Order, something would happen, and if something happened, it would make things worse. If Maple saw that something was wrong with the Void of Order and wanted to get rid of it, it would just be a matter of convenience. After all, more than 95% of the combat power of the Void of Order was gathered at the Void frontline. While Hui Ren was still in a daze, Yun Nuoxing had already passed the message. She then turned and looked at Shuang, who was hugging her arms and looking a little dazed. "Shuang, did that voice say anything?" "Say what?" Shuang came back to her senses and tilted her head in thought for a long time. She then slowly shook her head. "It's not a sentence. It's it's an intermittent voice, meaningless murmurs like sleep talking?" Shuang frowned slightly and pondered for a while. She then nodded seriously. That should be it. Its voice is even more vague than before. At first, I could still barely make out sentences, but I didn't pay attention to it, because even if it's a sentence, I still don't understand what it's saying. The whole sentence is not complete. I tried to find it by following the voice. I searched for it in the Void of Order for a long time. Although I could tell where the voice came from every time, I couldn't find the specific location. Shuang muttered to herself about the things that only she knew. Her gaze and attention seemed to be attracted to another place as she kept muttering. Her gaze became a little dazed, and Yun Nuoxing was a little confused. However, he had a similar experience himself, so he could understand. Yes, it was the voice that was muttering to him in the source, saying that it was coming to find him. But after a few eras, nothing happened. Although he made it sound very serious, it did not really summon a group of people. After all, at this time, everyone was busy with their own things. As expected, Lady Qing was soaking in the tower of the Fortress of Origin. She probably did not intend to come out before she drowned or was beaten to a pulp by his phantoms. Sui Feng and Brother Lei were also in a state of fanaticism at the moment. Both of them were fanatically dismantling the Fortress of Origin. It seemed that among the second-generation inheritors, they were the most familiar with the Fortress of Origin. Relatively speaking, they were only 50 steps away from the Fortress of Origin. The Fortress of Origin was almost a blind spot for everyone. It was a lesson that the God of Origin did not teach them. So most of the work was left to the two of them, just like how he was torturing all the creations of order. He thought that the second-generation inheritors would not be able to spare any manpower, but he did not expect an unexpected person to come. Qing said that she needs to go with you to fulfill the prerequisite. Xiao Shishir stood in front of him and said seriously. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment and turned to look at Sui Qing. The latter immediately looked away and said calmly, "I just mentioned it casually, and I was dragged here." "What kind of strange knowledge did you instill in her? Listen to the request and answer it. It's normal." Sui Qing continued to turn her head. "She asked me about the prerequisites when she was free. I have no experience, so I can only answer based on what I heard and saw." Yun Nuoxing. This is great. A guy who stepped into the blind spot of knowledge is dragging another guy who also stepped into the blind spot of knowledge deeper into the depths. This is probably going to fall into the mud. He sighed and covered his face. Although he was a person who stood in the depths of the quagmire, he was not qualified to criticize others. As for the rest of the members, Siyu, Qing Huang, and Little Angel were soulbound members. Well, there was no one else. Jing Yuanji specially greeted them and said that she was busy dealing with the creation crystal that was given to her a long time ago to help her ascend to the Yuanshi realm. It seemed that there was some special change after she became an inheritor and officially came into contact with the origin energy. She needed a lot of time to deal with it, so she could not follow them. You guys are very fast in dealing with the origin energy. The origin of the structure and the origin of the soul already have a corresponding level of origin imprint and brand. From now on, you can officially be regarded as the second-generation inheritors. Xiao Shishir looked at Siyu and the others who were rushing over, then looked at Hui Jun and said, "It won't take long for them to catch up with us. Isn't this speed too fast?" Hui scratched his head and kept glancing at Maple. "I always feel that this speed is abnormally fast. I don't know if it's because I've seen too much of Maple's abnormal behavior that my cognition is also abnormal. Indeed, the speed is very fast, which is abnormal. But considering that you guys have been in contact with Ling for a long time, you guys have already been subtly influenced by the characteristics of the origin energy that he carries with him. The part about opening up the path ahead has already been taken care of for you guys. The rest is just for you to figure out how to go up on your own." Xiao Shishir looked at Feng Ling and said faintly, "It's not surprising to have this speed. The gods have talked about this before." Hui nodded and looked at Maple and the others who were walking over. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said to her, "What did you call him just now?" "Ling Hui." Pfft. Yun Nuoxing had just walked over and heard this name and shivered. Goosebumps covered half of her body. Don't be like this. Change the name. It's so awkward when you call him that." "Nicknames are very important," Xiao Shishir replied calmly and turned to Sui Qing. Qing said so. Yun Nuoxing and the others turned to look at Sui Qing, who had turned her head away with her face covered. He could not help but roll his eyes. Well, it actually had nothing to do with Sui Qing. He was used to the nickname when he heard Little Angel, and the others call him by that familiar nickname. But if he changed the name, it was actually his name that was awkward. Speaking of which, why did he call himself Feng Ling in the first place? From what he knew of himself, he basically called himself whatever name he saw when he opened his eyes. Back then, he could not remember. Why did he? Oh, he remembered now. It was a ghost story. Little Angel looked at his slightly pale face and awkward expression. She could not help but poke his cheek. "What are you thinking about?" Yun Nuoshing's expression was strange. "I'm thinking about how I came up with this name. It's a ghost story. I even purposely sealed this thing's memory." Huey's interest was piqued. "Feng's name? Maple Leaf? Then where did Ling come from? Silk and satin? You came down from the sky and smashed someone's shop?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him and was silent for a few minutes. When everyone looked at her curiously, she stammered, "Maple Leaf Forest? 3 feet of white silk. Ghost story, psychological trauma." Everyone! What the hell? She had just landed in the realm of the gods and opened her eyes to see such a scene. For a 7 or 8-year-old disguised as a child, this was simply a ghost story. Huey's face twitched. "You didn't think of changing your name?" "At that time, I didn't think about it at all. I quickly ran away after giving it a name. At that time, I didn't react for a while. When I walked out, I was so shocked that I couldn't breathe." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "At that time, even if I was disguised, I was just a child. My mind was as clean as a piece of white paper. When I opened my eyes, I saw this ghost story scene. I was so scared that I didn't want to mention it for a long time. Even the name was so scared that I twisted it to mean something else. Everyone thought about it carefully and decided to throw this matter to the back of their heads and forget it. The name was a nice name, but the source was a little strange. It was better to forget it, quickly forget it." Hurriedly throwing this interlude aside, we counted the number of people in the group. There were 8 of them. Well, it didn't feel right for him to be in the group. It looked as if he was the only male in the group. He was simply a third wheel. "I suddenly don't feel like going. What should I do?" "Hey, stop fooling around. Let's go." Yun Nuoshing scolded and pulled Huey's arm. Without any explanation, she cut open a huge void rift and dragged Hui into it. "Hui! Wait, didn't you say that I Ching would call some people to help? You didn't wait for them to come." "Oh, I Ching and the others have already gone to scout the place. Aren't they waiting for us?" Yun Nuoshing didn't seem to mind and replied, "Don't worry, the standard of going out with a large group has already been imprinted in my structural source. I will definitely not go out with less than enough power to tear apart the void." "Oh, that's better. At least there's a companion on the way. There's no need to be a third wheel alone. That's why Maple used the power to tear the void apart as the standard." In short, the 8 of them set off for the predetermined location. After 3 void transmissions, they arrived at the destination. What we did not expect was that there was a sanctum of origins in this place. And it was a sanctum of origins that had been completely rooted, unfolded, and expanded for a long time. This proved that it was not just brought over as an expedition sanctum, but had been rooted here for a long time. Why is there a sanctum of origins in this place in the upper plane? When Hui asked this question, his face was stiff, his forehead was cold, and his sweat was in the form of a stream. A sanctum of origins in the upper plane, and it had been rooted for a long time. This was a stronghold, right? Perhaps Maple had been prepared to tear the void of order apart for a long time. Although I don't know what your expression means, but you must have misunderstood. Yun Nuoshing led the others to the sanctum of origins. From the records, the Abyssal Death Mist had visited this place a long time ago. When the Void Patrol team found this place, they had expanded the Void Seal to cover this area. Later on, in order to block the hole that was cut off, they brought the Sanctum of Origins here. Before the Sanctum of Origins was mass-produced, this place was defended by thousands of energy towers, and a few thousand energy towers were used to construct the Order Domain as a stronghold. He looked at the empty void. Although we can't see the Abyssal Death Mist now, part of the vigilance is still necessary. There seems to be quite a lot of similar things in the Order Void. Every Sanctum of Origins that is brought out means that the upper plane of the Order Void has been touched by the underworld once. Although I have only recently come into contact with this part of the information, the number of times they have touched the upper plane is more than we thought. And this is only the part that we have discovered, there are more that we have not discovered. We heard that and sighed. In order to defend the rear, the Void Patrol team had been constantly exploring the upper plane and expanding the Void Seal. It had been hard on them, but it was a pity that they could never truly seal the upper plane. They could never do it unless they had grasped concept class power, like the Heavenly God of Origins and the others, using the net of order and origin to practically cover the entire order void. Only the Heavenly God of Origins could do such a thing. As for the others, they could only do their best to seal the infinite upper plane. After all, the underworld did not have concept class power, or should not have concept class power. If they put in a little effort, they could probably block their path. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. When I Ching and the others who were standing in front of the Sanctum of Origins saw them, they quickly raised their hands and used a stream of order power to guide them to the front of the door. When they stood there firmly, they began to report. The matters at the front line of the void have been arranged. As for here, according to the scale of the expeditionary team, that is, 1,000 people have been arranged. 30% of them are mid-tier order warriors, and the rest are mid-tier Yuanshi warriors. After that, I Ching tilted his head. So, what is the mission this time? Yun Nuoxing turned her head to look at Shuang Shuang. She immediately said, "Look for something." I Ching scratched his head and looked at her. Specifically, what are we looking for? I don't know. Something that can talk." Everyone was speechless. Well, there are many things in the void that can talk. If you don't sift through them, you won't be able to find anything even if the void collapses. Ahem, let me say it. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly to draw everyone's attention and briefly described the situation. That's the gist of it, but it's hard to tell the exact location. I've also located a Sanctum of Origins based on Frost's vague location, so I've used this place as a base to start the operation. Now, can you see the general location? When Frost heard the last sentence, she quickly turned her head, her gaze wavering in front of her for a moment before she extended a slender finger and continued to point forward. Over there. Looks like we need to continue moving towards the center of the upper plane. But, it doesn't seem that far? It's that weird movement again. It's hard to lock on to the distance, suddenly close and then far away. Frost could not help but mumble as she scratched Little Star's head. Anyway, it's within this void region, right? I Ching wiped the sweat off his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Frost nodding. He then shouted towards the Sanctum of Origins, then let the Order Warrior who's standing guard here explain the situation. The people guarding the Sanctum of Origins quickly ran out of the Sanctum of Origins. One of them was a young man with a ponytail and bronzed skin, while the other had shoulder-length hair that was not properly combed and looked like a chicken coop. "Mr. Feng? Why are you here?" The two who ran out of the Sanctum of Origins were startled when they saw their Lord Observer just as they greeted him. Yun Nuoxing paused and frowned in thought. Siyu was the first to clap and exclaim in surprise. "Ah, it's you too. Why are you here?" He asked Siyu to say a few more words to urgently awaken his memories. Only then did Yun Nuoxing find the faces of these two people from the memories of 5 eras. He made an "oh" sound. It was the two people he saw in the void region where he was abducted. "Long time no see, you've been here all this time?" "Yes. We were the ones who found this place, and were responsible for filling in the loophole. After that, we've more or less been standing guard here, responsible for the expansion of the Void Seal in this region." Gu Zhongming, who had a ponytail, scratched his head. "I wanted to see you when I returned to the Void frontlines, but... Yes, but I'm lying down, so let's not talk about that." Yun Nuoxing grinned. He was still in a state where he had just been beaten awake, so he did not have the time to see anyone. "It's good that you're standing guard here. I've come to this void region to take care of some small matter. After explaining Shuang Shuang's situation in detail, Ning Fei immediately crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. Can it be considered a little abnormal? SSS. Mr. Feng, actually, every corner of this void region can be considered abnormal. No, it's not just this void region. The neighboring void regions are also abnormal. There aren't more than 2 void regions that are normal. What's the situation? Is the void acting up? Yun Nuoshing asked in a strange tone. Tisk, isn't the void of order busy with a war? They're fighting in the neighboring void regions, but they're not at peace. SSS. Before Ning Fei could finish his sentence, he was shocked by the sound of a collective gasp. Sir Hui was clutching his own neck with one hand and scratching his right cheek with the other. His expression was so ferocious that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Everyone who came back to their senses froze. Sui Qing and Xiao Shi also broke out in a cold sweat. Yun Nuoshing blinked. His expression became strange within 2 seconds. His tone was even calmer. Internal? War? Sir Hui's face was like a waterfall. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Feng's shoulder. Feng, calm down. Listen to me. Please calm down. Actually, this matter. Yun Nuoshing rolled up his sleeves and pulled out the rhythm of light. I'll go and flatten this void region. Everyone, don't. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and put down the rhythm of light. Alright, I don't think that's good. This matter, we have to be fair. Wait a moment, I'll prepare a small void turbulence. I'll flatten the void of order directly. Don't use the tone of discussing what to eat tonight to say something so tragic. Chapter 1962. The internal conflict of the void of order. Boring, meaningless, grabbing on to trivial matters, using the name of righteousness for the sake of personal gain, making everything sound dignified, wearing masks to attend gatherings, pretending to be harmless, taking whatever they want, doing whatever they want. There's nothing wrong with going with the flow, but they just have to listen to what they want, trapping themselves in a cage, swinging their spear like a nonsensical void. Millions of words, millions of scenes, billions of scenes, after experiencing the vicissitudes of time and the collapse of the void, in the end, there's still no change in this world, still nothing will change. The void of order. Ha, fake, hypocritical, laughable, boring, and disgusting. It's all impure. How long has this thought been gathering, and how long has this resentment been going on? I don't know. It's not entirely due to the influence of the world's sins and the sea of consciousness. They are just like shackles, forcefully keeping the resentment and hatred that should have dissipated along with the death of a clear target. But that's not entirely the case. Perhaps it was also influenced by his own subconscious. He hated the impure order void. He hated everything about it. It could even be said that he hated and resented it. However, he didn't have a clear target for his resentment and hatred because those things had already faded away. The negative emotions that should have disappeared along with them had accumulated like chips that were getting heavier and heavier. They kept accumulating and piling up into a small hill that was on the verge of collapsing into a tall tower. Just like now. His hatred and annoyance towards the order void had been escalated to the level of hatred by the resentment and hatred that he didn't have a clear target for, nameless negative emotions. It was also because of the nameless negative emotions that kept telling him that nothing in this world mattered, making him feel that nothing in this world mattered. So, nothing happened. Nothing happened. That was one of the reasons why he held himself together. It was very fragile, but at least he held himself together. That also meant that this fragile balance could be easily broken, and just a little external stimulation would destroy the result of his efforts to hold himself together. Just like this very moment. Enough, this topic is really too clang. The sound of the rhythm of light piercing into the void caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. They could even hear the hallucination of origin. Chaos, followed by the roar of the mixed energy of order and chaos tearing apart the void and void. Yun Nuoshing said calmly, "It's nothing. I'm just doing something to calm myself down." Everyone thought, he's pretending to have used origin, chaos, once. Yun Nuoshing held it in for a while, and her whole body stiffened. Don't look at me. You guys talk for a while and see what's more. Something worth paying attention to. Girl, come here for a while. Lend me your wings. The little angel quickly hugged him and wrapped her wings tightly around him. Hui looked at the two wrapped in cocoons, scratched his head and said to everyone, "He is forcing himself to calm down. He can be suppressed for a period of time. Ignore him for now." Gu Zhongming was stunned. Just ignore it? Oh, don't worry. Feng often goes crazy. The fact that he didn't really slap this void area just now means that he will try his best to control himself now and later. Of course, the premise is that we don't give him too much stimulation. Stimulation means, see, you reminded him softly, when we first met you, all the things that happened in your void territory were called the chaos of the order void. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They said in unison, "That's bad. Then Mr. Feng can only stay in the temple." After all, other than our front line, the order void, Ning Fei looked at the white cocoon with a bitter smile and couldn't help but say, "But we really don't need to care about it. Mr. Feng looks like the situation is a bit bad?" "Oh, it's quite bad. After all, in this state, the order void will be gone if we don't handle it well." Hui let out a long sigh. Even though they were communicating through their souls, he kept his voice low. Your Mr. Feng's resentment and hatred towards the order void is real. There's no need to doubt it. However, that part of his emotions doesn't have a target. It's a negative emotion that still exists even though there's no target. Can't let it go. Feng Qinghuang whispered. Mei Mao couldn't help but look at little Star, her eyelids drooping. But why? Why? Why are there so many whys? Hui held the back of his head with both hands. Hurt? No, that's putting it lightly. He hurt himself more than this world hurt him. This world took away too many things from him. That's why he can't let it go even if the root of the problem is over. Because he doesn't care about the world at all. He only cares about those things that were taken away from him. But what about the eternal pain? Even if the hole in his heart is patched up, there's still a gap. Moreover, there's no way to fill it up. Feng is no saint who repays evil with kindness. There's no such thing as repaying evil with good. He will repay it with destruction. I'm a naive guy who exists in the divine realm to balance out the personalities of two divine hierarchies. Although most of the time, it's Feng who's going berserk. I'm the one who's holding him back, trying to hold him back. Hui sighed and waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We've talked about this too many times. Anyway, all you need to know is that this guy will overreact whenever he deals with the order void. If you can't, then don't try to stop him. Because when you can't stop him, then it means that Maple has had enough. His patience has reached its limit, and he is determined to blow up the order void. Even if you can stop him, you won't be able to stop him. No one can stop a determined Maple. Oh, you don't need to worry. Don't be fooled by his crazy appearance. This boundary isn't that easy to cross. It's not that hard to achieve this result, but it's not that easy either. Previously, I've always mentioned that if the order void's front line is attacked by the internal conflicts of the order void, Maple will turn around and destroy the order void. That's half of what I said. It depends on the specific effects. In other words, even if his negative emotions have surged to such a degree, he still has a relatively large tolerance towards the order void. But he's not a spring, he won't be able to suppress it for a while. This thing won't dissipate after a while. If he attacks the order void's front line twice, the order void's front line will be completely finished. That's why we've kept all these trivial matters from Maple. He himself knows that we've kept some things from him, but it's definitely not something that's particularly important. Ahem. Alright. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about something serious. We coughed dryly and looked at Gu Zhongming and the others. Let's talk about this void region. Let's talk about if there's anything worth paying attention to. If there's a place that can attract Shuang's attention, it might be a little. Well, there's probably something abnormal. If there isn't, there's nothing we can do. We can only find a more conspicuous place first. The matter of this void region is as long as a piece of cloth. Ning Fei scratched his head. The beginning of the matter may be traced back to 5 eras ago. According to the information we've collected, 5 eras ago, all of you left the upper plane with most of your forces. The rest were basically people who had a wait-and-see attitude or didn't intend to join the Void frontline. However, the upper plane wasn't peaceful. A group of people popped out from nowhere and forcefully swept the upper plane. They integrated most of the remaining forces and wiped out many people. The integrated part now calls themselves the Yuanchu clan, located in the Yuanchu realm. What this name is trying to express? Well, it's already too obvious. Speaking of 5 eras ago, it could only be that silly person who suddenly appeared. Hui held his head and felt a slight headache. He looked at Sui Qing and the others. Were there such silly people in the previous era? No one controlled them, and they weren't in the war between order and chaos. That's the way to release their natural instincts, Sui Qing replied faintly. Speaking of which, we thought of something. Didn't we experience a tide of chaos from the end of the previous era to the beginning of this era? Jing Yun, that Yuanchu guy whose exact realm was unknown, withstood the full tide of chaos and was beaten back to the peak of origin. If she withstood the tide of chaos and still maintained the realm of the beginner Yuanchu, what would happen? Exempted space. However, only a small degree of exemption can barely ensure that a small part of it is not affected by the tide of chaos. The one who answered was Little. She paused for a while before continuing, and the difference between an exempted space and an unexempted space is quite big. A high-level Yuanchu without an exempted space can fall to the peak of origin. After an exempted space is affected by the tide of chaos, it will be a beginner Yuanchu. Its original state should be between the peak of the beginner Yuanchu and the beginner Yuanchu. Hui heard that and said, that is to say, as long as there is an exempted space, the degree of being affected by the tide of chaos will be greatly reduced. Then, were there many exempted spaces in your era? The method was passed down to outsiders. It was meant to be used to resist the influence of chaos, which is similar to the frontline world now. Although that is the case, there are not many that can be called an exempted space. Oh, it was for the newcomers to use. After all, it was the power of the new, and when the influence of chaos was very strong, such exempted spaces were indeed needed. In that case, there must have been a lot of exempted spaces in the previous era. A lot of crudely made, so crudely made that the inheritors and the gods of origin did not want to admit that this thing that was made out of mud was the kind of thing that they passed down. There were probably not that many spaces that were really acceptable and could be called exempted. That would explain why the guy who came to the front line to cause trouble had the aura of a beginner Yuanchu on him. Hui thought for a while, and felt that he had understood this part, so he nodded to Ning Fei and said, "Then, you continue." Ning Fei thought for a while and shortened his words by half. The primordial realm initially controlled the entire upper plane, and some special worlds did not escape the fate of being implicated. Probably because they were special, they were targeted. After that, the entire upper plane was under their control, and there was not much to talk about after that. Hui held his chin and said, "We don't seem to have any emergency situation? Not even 5 primordial realms, did they not go to the realm of the gods?" The realm of the gods, to the beings of our era, was second only to the world where the gods live. Perhaps because of this, even though that era had passed, they did not intend to break into the realm of the god. Xiao Xiao replied. Oh, since that guy was from the previous era, that means that this part of the customs was also preserved. It is not difficult to understand. Hui nodded and said, then, since he is from the previous era, what is the realm of the guy who called himself the High Lord? What realm has he recovered to? It is said that he is close to the peak of the beginner Yuanshu realm. Ning Fei rubbed his hands and looked at Lord Hui with a dry smile. Lord Hui, actually, the realm of the gods, they have already attacked us. Everyone! It seemed that they had already attacked them, but they did not enter, so they had no idea what had happened to the realm of the gods all these years. The so-called High Lord seemed to have found a way to recover from the effects of the chaos tide, and was slowly climbing the ladder that he used to be on. But the peak of the beginner Yuanshu realm. Forget it, it was the same as not having it. Just as they thought, Ning Fei briefly explained the matter of a group of fools attacking the realm of the gods, and the result was naturally that they returned without any success. They even heard that they suffered some injuries because of it. The latter puzzled everyone. They could not possibly destroy half of their own people just to tear down the barrier, right? How could such a funny thing happen in the void? That is because of the creation's barrier's counterattack mode. Since Maple and I have left, we had to leave a stronger defense for the realm of the gods, so we adjusted it to counterattack mode. With its initial defensive power and the weight of Maple and I, it can withstand the attacks of the beginner Yuanshu realm, and its counterattack mode is stronger. At the same time, it can also throw back most of the attacks of the same energy level. It is not difficult for us to break it, but it is a little more troublesome. After all, we have adjusted it ourselves, and we know how troublesome it is. Since it is a counterattack mode that completely seals the entry and exit of the realm of the gods, the way to enter and exit the realm of the gods is hidden. Only a select group of people in the realm of the gods know about it, and they will think of other ways to leak the information so that those who really want to enter the realm of the gods can enter. As for the others, those who are not related are not allowed to enter. Then what happened after that? After that, Ning Fei thought for a moment. After that, the primordial realm did not pay any attention to the realm of the gods, and only defended their position. It was not until an unknown date that the void of order, which was unified on the surface, or at least stable on the surface, suddenly became turbulent again. By the time we discovered it, it was already the 56th era. The earliest date that we can trace back to should be the 55th era. Well, it should be the middle or late period. If the primordial realm did not do a good job of keeping it a secret, then it was really the same time, because we could not find any traces before that. Keeping it a secret meant that the place and people where the incident happened were sunk. It was as if nothing had happened and no traces were left. Only the perpetrator of the incident knew about it, and naturally, this incident did not exist. In other words, this internal war may have been going on for an era. As for the reason for the turmoil again, Ning Fei was silent for a moment, and his expression was a little conflicted. It was the other two families who rebelled. One of them was led by the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm, and the other group, well, the other group was very strange. We found clear records and relatively clear information. There was a high probability that they were not from the previous era. At least, the leader was indeed born in this era. But the problem is, that person's realm was at the third heaven of the beginner realm. He had just entered this realm, and was not inferior to the guy who called himself the High Lord. They knew what he was conflicted about. With the strength and particularity of the macroscopic rules at this time, it was already very impressive for a life of this era to enter the realm of Yuanshu. If there were no arrangements in the void frontline, such as eliminating the influence of the tide of chaos, or slightly fixing the macroscopic rules, which were the rules used after the first adjustment in the void frontline, Not to mention the newly appointed source law, the self-breakthrough would be very slow. Hui also sped up after getting rid of the influence of the tide of chaos. He could reach the level of advanced without the source law, mainly because he got rid of the influence of the tide of chaos. To paraphrase the words of an observer, the layer of mud that covered the essence fell off, and the future path was much easier. When the essence was still covered in dust, it was like a shackle that fell from the macroscopic rules. It was too heavy and the burden was too great. It could only move forward abnormally slowly and with great difficulty. To be able to reach the third heaven in such a state, could it be that he came to the void front line? Came to our place for a stroll, broke through, and then left? Hui scratched his head. Although I don't want to say anything negative, with the current state of the macroscopic rules, to reach the third heaven of the beginner yuanshi, it's a little. 47 eras, Little Xiao said flatly. Even if it's a full-scale destructive chaos corruption, and it's not done at full force to reduce the power of the concept-level destruction, it's still not something that can be easily neutralized. If you're still under the influence of the chaos tide and officially step into the first heaven, the speed at which you continue to break through will abruptly drop to an extreme, and the speed at which you advance will be comparable to stagnation. After all, it was the fatal influence of the conceptual body of chaos, and without this effect, it would be a little less interesting. Then again, the god of destruction burned the entire grand primordial realm with a fire, and the conceptual body of chaos almost wiped out order with an unimaginable scale of chaos erosion. These two groups of people had a clear division of labor, and they knew how to play. Wait a minute. Wasn't it the order that was suffering? It was really the origin of chaos that was showing off, and only order was getting beaten up. There are a lot of people coming and going in the void frontline, that's undeniable. Sui Qing turned to look at Feng Ling, but there are other possibilities, such as some special circumstances. Everyone followed her gaze and looked at the white cocoon. After all, the relic of origins was everywhere in the void, and there might really be someone who was lucky enough to come across it, and then everything would be logical. What, it can't be that coincidental, right? Hui rolled his eyes and said, didn't they say that it was either entrusted to a high-level life form of order or to a relic of the origin system? Based on the worldview of the origin heavenly god and the others, a cricket cough 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 cough, a person who has just entered the yuanshi realm is not a particularly high-level existence. That's true. Her Eminence's demands aren't as high as you think, and even if they are, you're still just a child to them. Let's put that aside for now, there might be another possibility. Sui Qing's starry blue eyes flickered for a moment before her eyelids drooped, blocking half of the light in her eyes. Her voice was very weak as she mumbled, a door that's pried open will always become fragile. After all, a group of people had already pried open the door, barged in and looted everything, leaving behind a mess. Then, they did not close the door or destroy the evidence, and just left, leaving the destroyed place floating around in the void. They were a group of traitors who were at the root of their natures. Seeing that Lord Hui and the others were lost in thought, Ning Fei waited for a while, waiting for them to sort things out a little before continuing. In short, these three groups of people are fighting each other in the void, making it a mess. At present, it seems that they have no intention to mediate, nor do they have any intention of stopping. 2 against 1, 3 against 3, it's endless. That's the situation in this region of the void. As for other aspects, well, it's hard to say if there's anything worth paying attention to. Although the intelligence mentioned some places, I don't think there's anything worth paying attention to. Ning Fei waved his hand and sighed. I have an idea. Hui suddenly showed a mysterious smile and asked Ning Fei, where is the third heaven of yuanshi Gai? Ning Fei quickly threw a bunch of void coordinates over. The coordinates are like this, but it has been a while since the last update. It has been about 30 days since I went to check on the situation there. Recently, I have been busy with the void ceiling circle. But Lord Hui, why did you notice that guy's place? Did you find out something? Hui grinned mysteriously and raised his hand to point at the white cocoon. We don't need to know anything. We just need to find a place that is most likely to be tangled with the origin of chaos and go there. Everyone was enlightened. Hui was using the observer's void first force to do things. It was reasonable and convincing, but he was afraid that the guardian who came up with this idea would be beaten up. See, you stopped fiddling with Qing Huang's long hair. Then why not go to that beginning or realm? The survivors of the previous era should be more closely related to the heavenly god of origin. Huey's hand was still pointing at Maple. His expression was stiff. Because if that guy knows that they have attacked the void frontline, he may destroy the entire void region. It's risky, we have to be careful. There is a 50% chance that we can't afford to risk it. If Maple knows that they have attacked the realm of the gods, he may not be so irritable. But if he knows that they have rushed to the void frontline 5 eras ago, it will be a big deal. The place that contains Maple's endless obsession and endless effort, the last fortress used to resist and rewrite that shattered dream. If he knows that that place is targeted, just like what I said just now, phew, this is not something that he will be indifferent to. It is no exaggeration to say that if the void frontline rots from the inside, whether it is 10% or 90%, he will destroy it completely. He will only use the last of his strength to resist that certain ending. If it was in the past, it would be like the first generation of the void frontline had become rotten to the core and had become impure. He left as he wished, leaving me there to try and hold on for a while. But in the end, I felt that I could not stand it anymore and ran away. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was quite a reasonable explanation, but it was a little dangerous. Anyway, that's the situation. Let's not go to that unlucky survivor. But as far as I am concerned, the drama between these 3 groups of people should not be missed. If I don't bleed the void of order this time, my name is not Hui. See, you could not help but mutter. Lord Hui, I remember you said it once when Little Star was chaotic. I heard it from the image. In the end, the name is still the same. This. TSK, I can't find a good name. Chapter 1963. After everyone discussed some of the details of the next operation, I Ching took the order and left. This time, they brought 1,000 people from the front line of the void. The warriors of order were well prepared and did not need to squeeze in one place. They planned to split into 3 groups to find out what the hell the 3 parties were fighting about. If it was not a matter of life and death that could not be mediated, then the first thing to do was to mediate the matter in the upper plane. If it could not be mediated, then they would fight until they stopped. They fought desperately in the front line of the void for 5 eras, forcing themselves to become idiots and lunatic. They chose to give up a part of themselves like Lord Maple. Perhaps their state of mind was torn, their mentality changed, their purpose changed, or perhaps they lost their personality like Lord Maple. They sacrificed almost everything. In the future, in the upcoming battle, they would have to give up everything again. They did not do it for the sake of righteousness, nor did they force anyone to do it. Resistance was just a necessity. They wanted to live and protect those who wanted to live. They did not do it to protect those who were stirring up trouble in the backyard. Little Green has also become fierce. We watched as Little Cheensy and the others left. He put one hand on his waist and sighed softly. I still remember when that child was in the realm of the gods, he would often respond to everyone with a pure smile from the bottom of his heart. He was fair and clean, just like a child who never grew up. It was also because of this that when Little Cheensy first joined us, he was always taken care of, or bullied. I hope there won't be any trouble. I'm not worried about Little Green and the others, or how many people we have to kill. The upper plane, It's time to forcibly stop the chaos in the void of order. If there are fewer troublemakers, then so be it. This world will be much more peaceful with less troublemakers. After all, time is running out. I don't want to see Maple cleansing the entire void of order in a rage. At least, he doesn't intend to do so now. There's no need to force both sides to the worst ending. Someone lightly patted her wings, and the little angel unfurled her tightly folded wings. She and little Xingxing both turned around and saw that it was Blue Phoenix and the others. Yun Nuoxing's entire body was still stiff. Have you finished your discussion? Where to? How to go? Where to go? Where to go? What to do? Hui put his hands on his waist. I don't know. Yun Nuoxing, there's no need to be so nervous. Even if you stretch yourself like a bamboo pole, you won't be able to change the fact that we only have a general destination and don't have a definite destination. Hui snapped his fingers and pointed forward. He raised his chin at Shuang Shuang. Shuang Shuang nodded and ran over to hug Little Star. Yun Nuoxing felt a chill on her body. Just as she was about to ask what they were going to do, she saw a teleportation magic circle of about 10 feet in size appear under her feet with the breath of the void. Hui held the golden light in his hands and shouted, "Everyone, stand firm." This was a short-distance blurry void teleportation, and it was up to the void to decide where to go. If we don't stand firm, we'll be thrown to the ends of the earth and have to be picked up one by one. I'll omit the following 50 words. Anyway, we're driving and the road is bumpy. Don't speak or you'll bite your tongue. Everyone, huh? Yun Nuoxing was shocked. You silly! Before she could finish her sentence, the magic circle flashed, and the group of 10 disappeared in front of the Temple of Origin. Because it was a short-distance teleportation, it ended very quickly. With the sound of pants, they successfully completed the blurry void teleportation. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Yun Nuoxing suddenly stretched out her hand. Oh, that was the action she had to do before teleportation, but Hui was too fast. Aren't you courting death by dragging me to gamble with the void? She finished the second half of her sentence. Hui gave her a thumbs up and showed his signature shiny smile. This is the effect I wanted. Don't worry, you won't die. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Shuang Shuang gently let go of him and stuck her tongue out at him. Only now did he understand that this girl was supposed to hold him down so that he wouldn't move. The group looked around. They landed in a place full of vitality, and the earth and sky extended as far as the eye could see. It seemed that they were lucky not to be thrown to some strange place. According to a rough glance, they had landed on a planet with life. At this moment, they were standing in a plain area with no people. The weeds were only as high as their ankles and stretched as far as the eye could see. It was uneven and bumpy, as if it had been beaten by something. The mountains that were arranged in all directions were obviously a little abnormal, and their shapes were strange. There was a mountain that was thousands of feet high, and 80% of the left half of the mountain was in the shape of an arc. At the foot of the mountain was a basin, and at the top was an arc-shaped spire. It looked like half of the mountain had been hollowed out by a sphere. It's so quiet. Siyu trotted 2 laps around the area, then came back to Blue Phoenix and whispered, I haven't felt such a quiet atmosphere in a long time. Blue Phoenix whispered in her ear, theoretically, the place we came to shouldn't be particularly quiet. The scene in front of us doesn't look like it could be created in a calm atmosphere. Indeed, the bumpy plain, the rugged country road buried in the plain, and the strangely shaped, missing arms and legs, mountains on both sides looked like they had been beaten up by something to create such a tragic scene. Since weeds could still grow here, it seemed that some time had passed since the explosion. There are various shielding effects in this place. Hui pressed his head and scanned many places. In the end, he frowned. The degree of defense is nothing to us, but judging from the degree of defense and the degree of defense that has no blind spots, it can be considered to be heavily defended. Should I say that it's worthy of being in a battle zone? We can casually destroy it, but it will probably attract attention. For the time being, let's walk around here and take a look. We walked over and patted Maple's shoulder. So, Maple, walk in front. Yun nuashing. Why? Use your talent properly. Yun nuashing. He glared at Hui faintly and sighed. With a gloomy and helpless expression, he walked onto the small path and led everyone forward. When Siyu said it was quiet, she didn't mean that the surrounding environment was very quiet. For them, who had long been used to activating their senses to deal with a lot of things, this kind of silence referred to the silence from the void all the way to the real world. There wasn't even much movement of energy surging. Everything within a certain range was in a state of calm, even a little too calm. This place should be a war zone. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so quiet. However, there was a small city not far ahead, and there were traces of human activity. They should be able to understand something if they went there. What? War zone? This place was indeed a war zone, but it has been more than 2 years since we occupied and reorganized this area in the void. Why would this place still be a war zone? The guard at the city gate looked at the large group of people in front of him who were dressed abnormally and had an abnormal temperament. He frowned and said, "Now, this place is still in the process of being restored. It is only used as a node to rush to the front of the war zone." "Oh, I understand. Looking at your clothes and your appearance, you are all from a large family preparing to go to the front of the war zone, right? You are a little nervous about going to the war zone for the first time and didn't find the right direction, right?" "Understood, understood." After the guard finished imagining it, he put his spear on the ground, and a burst of energy burst out from the ground, crossing the small city in front of them and sweeping into the distance. "Go forward in this direction and you will see the void portal to the front of the war zone. You will reach it after crossing 3 or 4 places. Recently, there have been many people going to the front of the war zone from the rear like you, but there are fewer people taking this path. A year ago, there was a new node next to this node, and that path is easier to travel. That is also why there are not many people coming from this place. Alright, children, go in and rest for a while before moving out." Everyone was speechless. They felt like they had a lot to say, but they did not know where to start. In any case, this group of Void of Order Annihilation grade weapons successfully entered the city. It was so smooth that even they themselves felt suspicious. "Actually, it is normal. I have a rough idea of where we are." Gu Zhongming looked at the houses on both sides of the road that were not very big or exquisite. "These 3 parties have a similar type of sealing method to us in the Void Sealing Circle. Unrelated people can't break into other people's territory. If they want to leave, they can only leave from a place close to the war zone, through a few nodes that can be counted on one hand. Of course, the enemy's people can't enter. Even if they can sneak in, they won't be able to do much." Siyu heard and nodded. "So naturally, we are treated as one of them. They probably think that we won't cause any trouble. After all, our disguise is too good." Hui turned his head to look at the guard just now. That was a mid-level origin. Even if the enemy could send someone to sneak in, it would probably be impossible for them to surpass the heavenly god realm. Moreover, some of the more important places would definitely be heavily guarded. Although it was useless to them, they had openly entered through the back door. This level of void sealing was useless against them. After getting the direction, Yun Nuashing froze on the spot. He pinched his face with his right hand and hesitated for a while. Seeing him like this, everyone guessed that he was trying to force himself to calm down. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The place they were going to next was a real war zone. It was possible that they would see the entire void exploding with energy fireworks when they went out. It was also possible that there would be a temporary truce and nothing would happen. But in short, that place wasn't a good place for him. No, it should be said that the things that happened there might be exciting for him. Phew. Alright, let's continue. After calming down for 5 minutes, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. He showed a forced expression to everyone. It's really hard to hold it in. Shi Xiao suddenly said. Do you need us to go and take a look? Yun Nuoshing gave her a bitter smile and shook his head. I can hold it in. Well, I should be able to hold it in. He then tugged at the little angel and said, If I can't hold it in, you hold it in for me. Well, I should be able to get used to it after a while. We covered his face and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feng was trying to use his nonchalant attitude to suppress his emotions. He was indeed forcing himself to calm down. Now that they had found the exact destination, and a certain observer had adjusted his attitude, they did not dawdle and flew towards the direction the guard had pointed them in. Finally, they saw the void portal on a wide plain that led to another place. Isn't this just a void rift? Huey's face twitched as he looked at the dark vertical rift that was 1,000 feet tall. It was just a void rift. Using the power of laws and massive energy to create chains to lock it in place so that it would not dissipate. Then, using many restrictions to prevent the void and the real world from interfering with each other. Even the crudest of void portals had forcibly opened a crack that should have been quickly mended. It was like having a scar on one's hand that was not allowed to heal, but had to stop the bleeding out of conscience. That was more or less the same. Either way, it was not a good solution. After all, you're in charge of order. Ahem, you're in charge of dozens or even hundreds of void regions in the upper plane. You don't have to be so shabby, do you? Is it that hard to make a proper void portal? We could not help but complain. He began to talk about stability, accuracy, and a lot of other things and found fault with it. Yun Nuoshing listened and nodded. They were going to borrow this thing later, for fear of an accident, and it would be thrown into some corner. If it was not for someone watching over it, he would have pressed the void crack and used his own portal to read the void coordinate. It was also a small square with many portals. There were not many people here, and they all came and went in a hurry. They noticed that a small number of people were coming out of the portals with wounds all over their bodies, as if they had just retreated from the front lines after a battle. They only looked at them for a while, and entered the void rift before more people started to notice and discuss them. Using such a crude method to jump through the void was a novel experience, one that they had not experienced for many years. They jumped through the void 3 times, each time using a star in a world's light cluster as a node. The closer they got to the war zone, the more dilapidated the place they saw. Along the way, it was as if they saw the traces of life in the world fading away bit by bit, the plains turning into wastelands. Everything seemed to have yet to recover from the aftermath of the war. It's just been a short while, and now we're back to this chaotic atmosphere. You could not help but mutter. The closer they got to the war zone, the more people came and went. This was probably a hub of sorts with portals connecting to various places. Who knew how many people had already filled this area with portals? There were people flying in the sky and running on the ground. She was not depressed because there were so many people, but because she could sense that the void was already in a state of restlessness. Either there was a powerful explosion of energy nearby that affected this place, or this place was not calm in the first place. Most of the people coming and going are at reciprocity, 80% of them at reciprocity, 20% of them at God. That's strange. Why are gods here? I don't see any primeval cultivators. Are they all at the front lines? Speaking of reciprocity, it really is a very distant realm. I feel like so much time has passed just talking about it. I don't even remember what reciprocity is like anymore. Hui sighed as he held the back of his head. Afterwards, he saw Feng shoot him a death stare. He immediately put down his hands and stood up straight. He was covered in cold sweat, and he dared not to say anything. Yun Nuoshing glanced at a certain person and sighed with her head lowered. I'm just a weak reciprocity cultivator anyway. No. You're our strongest combatant. Don't judge yourself by your mere cultivation level. Yun Nuashing sighed, I'm just a puny reciprocity cultivator anyway. Everyone laughed dryly inside. Shuang Shuang and Qing Huang pulled him toward the spatial crack in a hurry, and the group of them squeezed through it and left the region. After the last void jump, they arrived at their destination. A majestic aura greeted them, causing them to subconsciously forget about what had just happened. They turned their gazes away. They were outside a majestic city. The endless light from the starry sky condensed into beams and landed in the city. It was as if the sunlight had penetrated through the clouds and shone on the city. They were still in outer space, in the real world. They could see the twinkling stars in the sky when they raised their heads. Countless specks of starlight could be seen, and the residual energy in the world was rather hurried, as if a battle had just ended. However, they could not see any traces left behind by a battle. After the battle, the landscape of the world had not changed at all. Not even a pebble had been smashed, and the roads did not need to be repaired. This place was not in outer space. Battles in outer space did not leave behind any traces because all the traces had been devoured by outer space. However, this place was in the real world. It was normal for a large-scale battle between reciprocity cultivators to tear apart outer space and the neighboring world. After all, they were the most common demolition crew in the void of order. Why would they come here and take a look? Oh my God, billions of stars twinkled in outer space, and the large city before them was filled with people, standing shoulder to shoulder. They could even hear the shouts of merchants from a little further away. Only the residual energy told them clearly that this place was indeed a battlefield. Even if it was not a battlefield, it was close to the edge of the battlefield. If there were no traces at all, they would definitely have mistaken this place for a holiday resort. This place was located in the starry sky of the world of light. The large city floated in the starry sky without any support. There was no sun or other planets in the surroundings. It was all alone, accompanied by the stars. Many large buildings of unknown use floated in all directions, making this place look rather strict. However, when they saw people coming and going, they really did not feel that strict feeling. This is the edge of the war zone. It seems like the territory has not changed in the past 30 days. Ning Fei looked around and identified for a while before continuing, if we go any further, we will reach the battlefield of the war zone. However, this world of light has already been guarded by many people. There are eyes in outer space constantly scanning, monitoring the movements in this world. Well, this is only a third of the territory. They are basically monitoring the situation of the other two families. Why is the battlefield in outer space and not in outer space? Hui scratched his head. This was really a confusing situation. Although there was not much difference between fighting in outer space and fighting in outer space, but he just did not understand. Yun Nuashing looked at him and replied, in the origin realm, it is normal to fight in the world of order in the world of light. The battlefield between order and chaos is outside the rules. If it is not necessary, they will not be bound to fight in a world. There is nothing unexpected. We have been fighting in outer space since a long time ago when we were in the origin realm. At that time, we did not treat outer space as a battlefield. Have you forgotten? This seems to be the case. Hui laughed dryly and scratched his head even faster. It seemed that they had been slapping each other too much in the void and the underworld. Their worldview had collapsed into pieces. Now, if they were to return to the starry sky and fight, they might not even know how to fight. If they were to fight, they might tear the entire starry sky into pieces. If we go any further, it will be very difficult to enter the real war zone. That place is heavily guarded. I heard that there are many detection methods. There are detection methods for the soul, spirit, and consciousness. Once it is determined that there is an abnormal person, they will directly attack and warn the real warriors in the war zone. Ning Fei pointed at a place in outer space and said, the limit of our activity is basically here. If it is not basically, then we will talk about it again. Everyone thought, for example, we can use the back door, the loopholes, or the Netherworld Ruins sword to destroy the barriers, whatever. It does not matter. They can do whatever they want. As for why there are so many gods and reciprocity cultivators here, the reason is actually very simple. It is because the level of the battle is different. Gu Zhongming helped to explain the situation. The top of the three families do indeed have primeval cultivators, but it is rare for them to fight to the death as soon as they see each other. Under most circumstances, these peak forces are not mobilized. After all, the power of primeval cultivators has been mobilized. If they really fight, they will risk their lives to tear the enemy or themselves to shreds. As a result, most of the battles are handed over to people of other cultivation levels. Reciprocity cultivators make up the majority, especially the higher levels. Some of the more important battles are basically gathered together by the elites of the three families. As for the other cultivation levels, they deal with the smaller battles, but it is also related to the territory in outer space. Also, other than the members of the three families, there are countless lives in outer space that have joined the battle. After all, one's own world can be swept into the territory of others if one is careless. It is not something that is completely unimportant. Something like that. The ratio of idle personnel and non-staff personnel participating in the battle is much higher than the participation of the warriors of the three families. Yun Nuoxing remained silent for a while before saying coldly, treating the battle as a game? Just what kind of mentality do they have? Phew. Just what are they planning to do? If it's just a game, can't they find a different direction? Well, his words couldn't be considered wrong. After all, to these guys who had put their lives on the line for the spiritual temple, ready to charge and break through enemy lines at any time, and to these guys who had experienced endless battles, this kind of timid and fearful battle felt a bit like a game. They didn't understand, they really didn't understand. It didn't look like a battle to the death, so wouldn't it be better to fight in other directions? Why did they have to use war to resolve it? If they really wanted to fight, they could have saved up their strength for another epoch or two. That would be a battle that would truly decide their lives. And it was like stealing territory. He could not understand it at all. Creating a world of light at reciprocity was like child's play, and space itself was endless. Could he not just create a circle as his territory and make mud as his territory? I don't know. We don't know the reason behind this either. Ning Fei let out a sigh. We can only assume that the three sides had some conflicts at the top, but did not dare to gamble the lives of all the people following them in a decisive battle. They could only fight slowly, dilly-dallying to accumulate strength until they could overwhelm the other side before attacking in one fell swoop. Another idea. Perhaps this place has some value in fighting? Speaking of which, I seem to remember this place. Come here, there are fewer people. Gu Zhongming touched a crystal ball and led everyone to a place with fewer people before he started to look for information. Yes, this battlefield has existed since the beginning of the war. Even if the three sides fought each other and the territory changed horizontally or vertically, it would not affect this place. This is probably the center of the battlefield. After saying that, he scratched his head. In short, let's go and collect some information first. This time, we will look carefully. Maybe we can find something special. After watching the two leave, Yun Nuoxing turned to look at Shuang. Do you feel anything? The direction is starting to blur. When we came out 3 minutes ago, it was clearly pointing forward. Now, Shuang turned to the other side, and after a while, she lowered her head and muttered, "The position has changed. It's so strange. I feel like there's still some distance, but I can't pinpoint the direction at all." What a headache. Yun Nuoxing pulled at his hair and sighed. I don't feel anything wrong with the space around here. Whether it's the origin energy or the annihilation energy, there's no movement. He took out the Nethervoid sword and looked at the real battlefield of the three-side. He sighed, "Why don't we just—" The group rushed up, hugged, grabbed, disarmed, and covered his eyes. In the end, they locked his hands and pressed him against the wall, making him look like a criminal who was about to be sent to prison. Everyone was so excited that they almost jumped up. "Calm down." Yun Nuashing grimaced and became even more excited. "You guys are the ones who should calm down." Chapter 1964. Concealing, burying. There must be something here, but they could not directly discover the existence of this thing. They could only rely on the actions of the thing surrounding this place to make a judgment. That was the conclusion they got. There must be something here that attracted countless high-level life forms to this place like moths to a flame. If they did not think this way, they would not know why those lone wolves would cross half the void to this battlefield. They were not part of the staff, nor did they know each other or had any relationship with each other. So what was there to talk about? The only thing that could make a large group of lone wolves concerned about this place was the topic of benefit. Although there was a reason of, "I just happen to be in the territory, so I can't ignore it even if I don't want to," but it was just a very weak reason. Many of these reasons could be found, and only a very small number of life forms would use this as a decisive reason. After all, not everyone cared about what their world had become. There must be other more important reasons that made this place become a whirlpool that constantly dragged people in. As for what the benefits are, I heard the guard mention something about training. That can be considered as one of the reasons. Those who stay at home and train until they can't train anymore, the number of people who go out looking for a fight can be as high as the sea. The existence of such a huge battlefield is naturally the best choice for them. Not only can they gain battle experience, but they can also obtain something useful for themselves. Isn't that perfect? Forget about the void front lines, that place is a hellish level of difficulty. The moment you step into it, you will lose your life. Newcomers won't be able to come up with such an attitude. This is also the reason why not many people come to the void front lines, even though the name of the void front lines has already shaken the void of order. The remaining life forms of order would probably stay as far away from that place as possible. I'm getting off topic. As for the main point, I can't find it at all. That was what Ning Fei and the others said when they came back. Yun Nuashing and the others were all stunned. Gu Zhongming smiled bitterly as he took out a crystal ball. The people who came here have no unexpected thoughts. They are all here for experience and experience. As for the reward system that can be used as military merit, well, there is one. After all, the three families have Yuanshi. As far as I know, the Yuanshi realm is the most attractive to high-level life forms below that level. Other things, whether it is a higher-level environment or something else, are all a step behind. So they are using the method of entering the Yuanshi realm as bait? Hui muttered as he pinched his chin. He turned to look at Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing. Is it possible that there is a way to break through other than divinity carriers? For this era, the probability is very small, but we can't rule out the possibility of it. Xiao Xiao looked around, her gray eyes surging with purple gold as she stared blankly at the great city. Moreover, among the current pinnacle of origin, there are very few who have mastered the method of divinity carriers, she said softly. There are also two types of divinity carriers. One is condensed by oneself, and the other. Yun Nuashing raised her right hand and pinched it. Let others condense it for you. How about it? It's a good reward, isn't it? You don't have to worry about the method being leaked. Hui slapped his forehead. Indeed. I had forgotten that divinity carriers could help others condense it. And I'm afraid it has something to do with our family. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. After we left, we sealed off the realm of the gods. Although we left a designated passageway to enter and exit the realm of the gods, it will be a lot more troublesome. Moreover, it will weaken the existence of the realm of the gods. It will make it less likely for others to discover it. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. The original intention was to prevent them from returning to the celestial realm only to see a scorched earth when they returned after the war, or to suddenly hear that their backyard was on fire in the middle of the war. In short, it would not be fun, so the celestial realm was sealed, leaving a passage open for those who were sincere and did not intend to cause trouble to find it. In fact, the method was in Divine Shadow City. Apart from that passageway, the only way to enter and exit the Divine Realm was to establish a two-way void portal with the Divine Realm. Of course, the Divine Realm's own people could enter and leave as they pleased. It was also because the Divine Realm was hidden that they couldn't go there to learn the scriptures, and could only change their target and come here. It was normal, after all, no one wanted to stop moving forward. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other helplessly and sighed. They really didn't want to block the passageway, but they didn't have a better way to prevent the Divine Realm, which had lost its top fighting force, from being crippled by outsiders. Leaving a few passageways wasn't completely blocked, was it? As long as one was really interested, they would definitely be able to find those passageways. In fact, if they stayed in Divine Shadow City for a long time, there would be people who would invite them to go to the Divine Realm. They were all from the Divine Realm, working part-time in Divine Shadow City. A fire in one's backyard was a very troublesome thing, and it was best to suppress it. That was why they had suppressed the Divine Realm. Although it wasn't entirely because of this incident, when the timeline of the 5 eras resonated, the situation of countless people trampling on the celestial realm didn't occur at all. The only time that could be considered as a large-scale crowd was when Min and the others brought people over. However, the number of people gathered at that time was far less than the number gathered at the 3 battlefield. Forget it, let's not think about it. There were all kinds of reasons anyway. There were 2 or 3 conditions, 4 or 5 reasons, 6 or 7 result. There was nothing wrong with it. In short, there were a lot of people gathered in the 3-way battlefield. A large group of people gathered here from all over the void with their own purposes. This was the result now. There must be a reason, but whether or not they could find it was uncertain. I have an idea. Ning Fei raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. As I said earlier, most of the people in the 3-way battlefield are loose agents who have joined the various parties. Their own people are mixed in the battlefield. They are either in charge of one side of the battlefield, or acting as a supervisor. Some of them are confronting and restraining the higher-ups, or playing other roles. Oh, the latter part is superfluous. The first part is more important. Yun Nuashing asked, "You want us to go inside as loose agents to find clues?" Well, all 3 sides are actually recruiting people to fight. If you want to go in, there are many ways. But once you go in, you'll have to fight. Seeing Ning Fei nodding, everyone was silent for a moment. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly in their hearts. Their participation in the battle would directly destroy the balance. If they were to throw out a torrent of energy, who knows which side would die more. I think that if I use infinite chaos, the battle will be over. Yun Nuashing said honestly. If you use infinite chaos, nothing will be left on the battlefield. No, nothing will be left in this starry sky. Hui rolled his eyes. It's a skill used in void and order battles. If you throw it into the starry sky, it's terrible. Not many people in our family can withstand the power of your 3 styles of nothingness. Do you know how many people in that tower have been crushed to death by your origin, chaos? I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not the one who did it. It's my phantom. If you want to look for trouble, look for it. Don't look for me. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. If I want to fight my way in, I might as well go straight to the higher-ups of the 3 families and smash them down with a brick. Then, I'll tie them up and hold them in the source of nothingness. Then, I'll hold the netherworld sword in their faces and ask them if they'll submit or. Before he could finish, Blue Phoenix and Shuang Shuang covered his mouth and dragged him to the side. We wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was just talking and he was already accumulating energy. What a flammable and explosive person. After all, he had accumulated a bellyful of resentment towards the Order of the Void. It was understandable. His actions were restrained, but his mentality was not something that could be restrained. It was just like how one could not stop a person from scolding another person in his heart. It's a good idea. We don't have any general direction now. Let's do it. Hui snapped his fingers and decided on the next action plan. We'll go into the battlefield of others and fish in troubled waters for a while. While we're at it, we'll let Little Greenie continue to collect external information. They've also sent people here, so we don't have to worry too much. By the way, what do we do after joining? Do we have to fight until the end of the battle? Ning Fei waved his hand. No, it's not that strict. Everyone knows very well what they're here for. As long as they don't become deserters on the battlefield, there aren't too many restrictions. Many people leave after obtaining enough benefits. It's said that if you continue to fight on the battlefield and accumulate enough military merit, you can officially become a member. In the future, you can even lead your own team. Speaking of this, we thought of the injured and embarrassed people who retreated from the portal when they were jumping through the void. Those people were probably people who had just left after the battle. Forget about leading the team. We're just going there to gather information. We'll just go there and fight symbolically. Don't go overboard and cause trouble for the other side. Hui, with his arms crossed, was stunned. Everyone was also stunned. They all turned their eyes to a certain someone who was trembling in the corner by Shuang Shuang, Blue Phoenix, and the little angel. They sighed helplessly. They were afraid that someone would go overboard. He had not fought for a while. Perhaps he would go overboard in the heat of the moment. Then the storm would gather, and the origin. Phew, anyway, let's wait and see. It was actually quite easy to find a way to join the army. This big city at the front line of the war was a platform used to attract warriors from all over the void. Standing here was already considered as stepping into the war zone. It was just that the flames of war generally would not spread here. However, the Yuanshe realm would probably attract a lot of attention. It was easy for something to go wrong, and it was inconvenient for them to move around. They needed to put on a little disguise. They would put on 1,000 layers of seals and barely pretend to be at the peak of the origin. The three sides of the battlefield would probably not expect a group of Yuanshe gods to sneak in. In fact, this was not a good method because Maple did not need to suppress himself. If they suppressed themselves, they might not be able to rush over to suppress him when he was in the heat of the moment. Let's make a deal. The mission is the most important thing. Even if we want to judge the upper plane, we have to wait until the matter is over. Do you understand? Surely our beloved Lord Observer wouldn't be so unreasonable, right? Hui, with his arms crossed, looked at Maple, who was trapped in the corner. You rushed out for the sake of your sister. You're not going to ruin things for yourself, are you? Yun Nuashing lowered her head and muttered, I know. At the very least, I'll calm down before the matter is over. Really? Hui grimaced in disbelief. Looking at Maple's reluctant expression, he knew that it wasn't not too trustworthy. Phew, it would be best for them to put their teams in the same place and try to keep an eye on the largest explosive in the Order Void. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and took out the Nethervoid sword. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. Just as they were about to charge forward, he handed the Nethervoid sword to Blue Phoenix and said, just in time. If you want to fight, you can use the Nethervoid sword. There's no need to give it to me during this time. You can keep it with you. See you, Shuang Shuang, the two of you have to use your energy according to the method I taught you before. Think of it as familiarizing yourself with the new attack method. Yes, think of it as using the two of you as practice. Just beating me up in the tower won't be as unpredictable as actual combat. You shook her head vigorously. I feel that fighting Little Star's doppelganger in the tower is already too much for us to handle. Everyone present nodded vigorously. Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly. It seemed that they had been beaten up by his doppelganger for the past few days. The Heaven Mystic World was the name of the territory they were currently in. Because they had not collected any detailed information about this territory before, they only learned about it now. The name was not important. They only needed to know if they could fight at the top of the opposite side. Now, it seemed that they could not fight at all. When they fought later, they would have to be careful to avoid accidentally killing a large portion of the opposite side. This profound heaven-sacred city was the platform that the Heaven Mystic World used to sit at the front of the war zone. Including this sacred city, it seemed that there were 6 or more sacred cities in other parts of the universe. They all had the same nature. Previously, thanks to Ning Fei and the others' information, it was much easier to move around. Soon, they found a way to join the Heaven Mystic World's army. The place we are in only needs to test our realms. It's fine as long as we pass the realm test. The place next door needs to test our strength in battle. Although if we go there, our status in the army will be slightly higher, but... Ning Fei turned to look at the group. Everyone was silent. They covered their faces and smiled bitterly. This place was a plaza. The gray bricks of the foundry site were engraved with runes, divine patterns, and some kind of energy imprints that they did not recognize. The energy here contained the energy of the void and space, so this should be a large teleportation plaza. The only thing that could be used for teleportation was a huge teleportation gate in front of them. It was really a gate. They finally saw something that looked like a teleportation gate in the void, and it was not just a crack in the void to tell everyone that this was a gate. The people who had passed the test were gathered in this plaza. There were quite a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of them at a glance. There were still people from the Celestial Realm to the peak of Origin Realm. Origin Realm accounted for 60% of them, while Celestial Realm accounted for 40%. This difference in realms made Yun Nuoshing feel a little uncomfortable. Her fear of insufficient firepower was faintly increasing. They blended into the crowd and collectively stayed in a corner without being disturbed by anyone. They waited here for about half an hour before a figure with a surging aura appeared in front of the 10,000-meter-tall teleportation gate. The moment the mighty and dignified figure appeared, everyone in the plaza turned to look at him. It was a man who was more than 8 feet tall and had a large and sturdy build. He wore a green armor that looked like a huge devil mask. Coupled with his dignified face and the explosive aura he exuded, many people shrunk their necks when they saw him. It was as if they were really facing an Azura devil. You whispered in Little Star's ear, "This armor is so ugly." Yun Nuoshing tapped on her head. Indeed, it was not the type that looked good on the outside. This was a rough and ferocious-looking armor, the kind that looked very mighty, although he did not think that wearing this thing would scare the enemy out of their wits. The aura of a beginner yuanshi. It's a type of warlord. Ning Fei said to everyone through the soul transmission. When the two of them were collecting intelligence, they also had some idea of the strength of the people of different levels in the three-way battlefield. It should be like our beginner commanders. Our beginner commanders are all at the peak of beginner yuanshi, we immediately retorted. It's equivalent. They don't have that many yuanshi here. Oh, I see. I didn't realize it either. The 8-foot-tall warlord and commander looked at the dense crowd below. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Everyone was speechless. They thought that he was going to say 180 words, and they were all prepared to listen to the oath or something. After stepping through the void portal, the seething presence of bursting energy became even thicker, almost causing them to subconsciously adjust themselves to combat mode. The excessive reaction left them stunned, and they laughed dryly as they suppressed their instinctive movements and sized up the true front line. The place they were teleported to was a huge floating island. It was obviously man-made. Oh, it should be called an archipelago. Apart from the main body of the island, there were many small islands around it. Endless buildings were lined up on the island, like a mountain range extending horizontally. It looked like a set of buildings were put together thousands of times. A building that looked like a temple was tens of thousands of feet in size, and a group of small buildings behind the temple. They looked like houses, probably a camp or something. This is the so-called three-way battlefield. Hui Shou cupped his hands and looked at the distant starry sky. Other than their side, they could also see the arrays of the other two sides across the distant star field. Although they tried their best to maintain various energy barriers to prevent spies, it was not a problem. He carefully looked at the situation of the other two sides. He took a few more glances at the army of the Yuanshe realm and couldn't help but say, "So neat. It's so neat that I want to take out an energy tower and sweep it." Everyone nodded vigorously. They were too nervous. Seeing such a neat array, they really couldn't help but want to take out an energy tower and blast it. The place where they teleported out was also a square. It was behind the buildings and there was no extra terrain around. Not long after, a group of people appeared from the teleportation gate next door. It seemed like there were only a few thousand people, close to 10,000 people. Thinking about what Ning Fei had said, these 10,000 people should be the ones left after fighting along the way. They were much less than the number of people here. The warlords and commanders of the two sides looked at each other and seemed to be communicating with their eyes. After a while, they nodded. The warlord on their side, who was more than 8 feet tall, suddenly shouted loudly, "First of all, welcome to the battlefield on behalf of the Heaven Mystic world. I know why you are here, and I also know that you are the so-called geniuses of your own world. You are arrogant and unruly. But here, this is a battlefield. You are just rookies who have just set foot on the battlefield. You are just people who do whatever you want. I advise you to give up and return to your own world. Since you have already set foot on the battlefield, you still have to obey the corresponding orders. Meaningless fighting is not allowed in the camp. If there are people who disturb the morale of the troops and act recklessly, the best outcome is to be expelled from the Heaven Mystic world. You don't want to know the rest. If you don't want to obey orders, it is very simple. Come forward. If you defeat us, you might even be able to obtain an official position." The hundreds of thousands of people who heard the deafening shouts all grimaced. They all knew that the warlords were people of the primeval realm. Asking them to go up and fight was the same as seeking death. Those who could defeat the warlords were definitely people of the primeval realm. If a person of the primeval realm joined, he could directly become a member of the Heaven Mystic world and take charge of an army. People with this ability would not need to stand below the stage. Now, according to the number you received when you joined the team, head to the newly built camp. Your respective leaders are waiting for you there. Dismissed. Rookies, I hope to see your lively figures on the battlefield. Seeing the two primeval realm people disappear, we dug his ears and could not help but say, so casual. Is that it? There are so many things to do on our side. The battlefield of the war of order and chaos is not this kind of battlefield. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. The psychological awareness that needs to be done is different. The rookies who join the Void frontline must first shatter their worldview completely. Shatter it completely and then forcibly instill experience and a new worldview into the rookie's mind. They must be told that standing in the realm of order is either life or death. There are also various new things in the realm of order that they need to familiarize themselves with. It's different. Look at this place. Look, there is no energy realm that is similar to the realm of order. There is also nothing else. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Forget it, I won't complain anymore. I suspect that if we throw an energy pagoda over there, just one, and then let him use it, we will be able to sweep the three sides of the battlefield." Everyone agreed. They felt as if they had retreated from a life-and-death battlefield and returned to the backyard to watch children fight. What happened to the primeval realm taking the lead? It shouldn't be that bad. It shouldn't be that hard to get some energy creation right? Hui scratched his head. Could it be that they have placed it in their own team? Yun Nuoxing was startled. She thought about it and agreed. Oh, that's true. After all, we are rookies and we are just here to make up the numbers. If they don't trust us enough, they will definitely not let us use those things. No, no, no. That kind of domain-type energy creation is not something that can be easily pried away. If they didn't arrange it, they probably don't have it, probably. The group discussed casually as they followed the people they had met once or twice before into the new camp. Above the camp, there were two huge numbers marked with energy. From the number to the number, there was a total of 10,000 people. It seemed like the corresponding leader of a camp was leading 10,000 people into battle. Yun Nuoxing was not very concerned about this. Along the way, when she was discussing this place with the others, she also confirmed with Shuang to see if there were any new senses in this new place. Unfortunately, even when they officially set foot in this place, the situation still did not change. Shuang's senses were still vague. She randomly changed the direction she pointed to, which confused the group. Siyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the thing that Shuang is looking for is actually moving rapidly around her like a comet, so its position is constantly changing? Everyone! Your train of thought might be out of control like a comet. When they stopped in the camp, they saw that the team had been divided according to the number of people. 10,000 people were divided into one team of 100 people. They were a little confused when they saw this, and the words, "so troublesome," appeared in their minds. The 10 of them were divided into the same team, which made Hui feel a lot more at ease. He saw that everyone except Feng let out a small sigh of relief. Obviously, they all had the same idea. Randomly finding a few places to stay, they followed the instructions and walked towards the training ground of the 100-people camp. The training ground of this camp was a flat field made of some kind of crystal that contained gray energy. It was about 100 feet long and wide. In the center, there was a huge circular area depicting the emblem of the profound sky world. Other than that, the buildings that should have been there did not seem to have been built. It was probably for convenience. In any case, there was no need to build these. At this time, a group of people had already gathered in the circular area of the training ground. There were about 100 people. They did not line up in any formation and just stood there directly. It looked a little sloppy and unrestrained. However, the field was very quiet. When the group of people appeared, they all turned their gazes over. Seeing this, they were startled. They thought that they had dawdled on the road for a while, which caused everyone to gather except for them. Thus, they hurriedly quickened their pace and went over. "Newcomers, you're too slow." Yun Nuoxing and the others, who had just gone over, all scratched their heads and grimaced. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to use their toes to dig out a field of order. Hui hurriedly smiled and went forward to smooth things over. Sorry. It took a little time to familiarize myself with the situation here." The person who had just spoken walked out from the front. It was a young man with a long ponytail. His face was as calm as water and his eyes were lifeless. In addition, there was a faintly discernible aura around him that seemed to be telling a story. He was wearing the same ghost-like armor as the two primeval realm experts they had just seen. However, the degree of delicacy and some unknown patterns were not as good as the two primeval realm warlords. He was probably wearing the armor used by captains. Hui cupped his hands in salute and looked around. Are we the last to arrive? I don't see any other newcomers. You are the only newcomers who came in. The others are all veterans who have experienced battles. The young man's calm words resolved the doubts in their hearts. His eyes swept across the group of people and suddenly said, "There is a special team for women here. If you wish, you can be transferred over. Don't worry. We come from the same place. We are more used to cooperating with each other in battle." Hui smiled and added in his heart, "Anyway, I'm here to fish in troubled waters to investigate something." 7 women came in a group of 10. "I'm suddenly a little worried about our team's combat power." "Shu, lower your voice. Don't you know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more ruthless she is? Look at these 7. With their temperament and looks, it must be very painful when they beat people up." "Oh, that's true, but I don't know how long they can last." The previous batch of newcomers seemed to have run away after a few battles. When the whispers drifted over, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Everyone looked indifferent on the surface, but Yu and the others could not help but laugh out loud in the soul transmission. This girl even pinched his waist with her fingers. It was very difficult for him to hold it in. Now, he could not jump up. "Be quiet. You are free now. Why don't you think about how to fight more effectively on the battlefield?" The young man scolded softly and turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and the others. He said calmly, "In that case, you will be settled here. Welcome to my team. My name is Shu Qing. Before the official battle begins, you need to familiarize yourself with the 3 battlefields, whether it is our fighting style or theirs. Don't be impatient. This is a battlefield that is completely different from the battles you have experienced in the past." Yun Nuoshing and the others all agreed. They had just retreated from the battlefield of order and chaos. It was probably difficult to calculate how much strength they needed to use. So, they should pray first. They hoped that the people on the 3 battlefields would be fine. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.